Good morning, everybody. We'll call the meeting to order. Council is conducting this meeting in person and via conference call in accordance with the Municipal Government Act, Section 199. Council chambers is open for public attendance. However, councillors and members of the public may still join meetings remotely using our current teleconference process. If you have submitted a comment request, the chair will call on you at the appropriate time. The chair may also ask for comments and concerns from the public relating to a particular topic. And at this time, phone lines will be unmuted. If you would like to speak, please state your name. We ask that only one member of the public speak at a time. All persons will be allotted 10 minutes to speak as per our procedural bylaw. We ask that if the meeting recesses, any callers hang up and call back in as the meeting reconvenes. This helps with call quality. Please note, this meeting is being recorded and may be uploaded to our website and our social media. To eliminate background noise, please mute your phone during the meeting. We also ask all attendees to mute their devices to reduce disruptions to the meeting. Everyone has a right to be present at council meetings and council committee meetings. Any attendees that are considered disruptive to the progression of this meeting may be removed at the discretion of the chair as per the MGA Section 198. We thank you for your cooperation and understanding. We have an agenda before us. Does anybody have any additions or changes? I have one requested addition for council to consider. I would like to make an addition under 2.413, a request for administration to draft a seniors housing resolution. My apologies, this did arise from a conversation with colleagues on Friday at the District 2 Directors meeting. To discuss directing administration to draft a seniors housing resolution to submit to South Central District 2. Any other additions or changes?
I'll move the agenda as amended.
All in favor? Motion is carried. We have the minutes from the regular council meeting of July 4th, 2023. Did anyone note any errors or omissions?
I'll move the minutes as presented.
Thank you, Councillor Laprise. Any discussion? All in favor? Motion is carried. We also had the minutes from the public hearing from July 4th. Did anyone notice any errors or omissions?
I'll move the minutes.
Thank you, Councillor Eichert. Any discussion? All in favor? Motion is carried. We'll move to agenda item 2.11. I move that the process for the Wheatland County Council meeting as it pertains to the scheduled public hearings will be as follows. Public hearing, first reading if required, then consideration for further readings of bylaw for those public hearings that have been closed. I further move that the above process will take place with the absence of resolutions to go into and out of council before and after each public hearing. All in favor? Motion is carried. I will also note that under MGA Section 692, there is a provision where if a proposed development relates to more than one proposed bylaw referred to in subsection 1, the council may hold a single public hearing. So we'll be holding the public hearing for agenda item 2.11 and 2.12 concurrently, as they are both addressing the same development. I'll call the public hearing to order. Welcome, everybody. Does any member of the public have an objection to any councillor sitting on council for the public hearing? And can administration please verify that the public hearing was circulated in accordance with the Municipal Government Act?
Yes, I can.
And are there any written submissions that were received prior to the submission deadline that were not included in the package?
No, there were not. Everything is included in the package.
Thank you. So just for everybody's understanding, the process for the public hearing is that we will first have our administration present the development. Then we will have a presentation from the applicant. There will then be an opportunity for any persons in support of the application to speak. There will then be an opportunity for any people with concerns or who are opposed to the application to speak. And then the applicant will be given an opportunity to address the comments presented or submitted in writing. And then our staff will have an opportunity for any final comments. Each person who would like to speak, we will ask that you come up to the podium, that you state your name for the record, and you'll be given 10 minutes. If there is a request to extend a presentation beyond 10 minutes, that will be based on a council decision by resolution. Good morning.
Good morning, Council. Sherry Bars with Administration to present bylaws 2022-28 and 2022-29 for considerations of second and third readings.
Sorry, just one moment. Sorry. Is it possible to get some more chairs for?
They are bringing in
Oh,
some more.
wonderful. Thank you. I think administration will monitor.
Yes, we'll monitor that, and we are getting more chairs for other people. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Sure, good.
Yes, please.
Bylaw 2022-28 is to amend the West Highway 1 area structure plan by making textual amendments, revising figures and maps, and appending the de Havilland Field Area Concept Plan in order to facilitate the development of an aircraft manufacturing facility with associated industrial and commercial uses. The report can be found on page 15 of the agenda package. Bylaw 2022-29 proposes to redesignate the subject lands from Agricultural General District to Direct Control District. The report can be found on page 247 of the agenda package. These bylaws will be presented concurrently as the applications are dependent on one another. And at the close of the public hearing, I will bring up the motions for each bylaw separately for council's consideration. The subject lands, as shown on location map found on page 23, are approximately 1,557.92 acres in size and located within sections 5, 24, 26 west of the 4th meridian, sections 8, 24, 26 west of the 4th meridian, north half of 9, 24, 26 west of the 4th meridian, and south half of 17, 24, 26 and west of the 4th meridian. The lands are approximately 11 kilometers west of the town of Strathmore, with the lands located on both sides of Highway 1. The lands to the south of the highway are bounded by Range Road 263 to the east, Range Road 265 to the west, Township Road 240 to the south, and Origin Business Park Phase 2 to the north. The lands immediately north of the highway are located between Range Roads 264 and 265. The plan area consists of cultivated agricultural lands with intermittent water courses, ephemeral water bodies, and marshes distributed throughout the area. The surrounding land uses are designated for industrial uses, with some agricultural and residential parcels located to the south and to the northeast. As the lands are partially located within the current boundaries of the West Highway 1 area structure plan, further development of industrial and commercial uses is anticipated in the future. The developer, de Havilland Aircraft of Canada, is proposing to construct a new aircraft manufacturing facility, which will consist of an aircraft assembly facility, parts manufacturing and distribution center, maintenance repair and overhaul facility, a runway, and associated commercial and industrial uses. The applicant submitted an area concept plan that provides the planning policy framework to guide future development of the de Havilland Field project. The area concept plan provides information and policies regarding how the subject lands will be developed and serviced. The plan area is divided into 3 development cells that proposes to develop compatible and complementary uses together. Each cell will develop in phases to allow for incremental construction of infrastructure, with cell 1 developing first as the main anchor for the de Havilland Aircraft Company. It's not allowing me to change the page. Phase 1 within Cell 1, containing the first portion of the aerodrome and stormwater infrastructure, will be developed first. The remaining phases within Cell 1 will see the completion of the aerodrome and the associated aerospace facility and businesses. The layout of Cell 1 was determined by the length and orientation of the runway to ensure the safe landing and takeoff of aircrafts. The northern half of the runway is proposed to be constructed first, with the aerodrome located in the northeastern portion of the cell. Other aviation aerospace companies are proposed to be situated in the southeast and western portions of Cell 1, where they can take advantage of access to the runway. Cells 2 and 3 propose to accommodate uses such as offices, warehouses, manufacturers, distributors, and commercial uses such as gas stations, convenience stores, hotels, and restaurants. These uses are proposed in this area in order to take advantage of the close proximity to the Trans-Canada Highway. Development within Cells 2 and 3 will be based on market demand and time of development within Cell 1. The proposed aerodrome uses are not currently available within an existing district of the county's land use bylaw. Therefore, a direct control district bylaw 2022-29, consisting of 3 cells, is being proposed to allow direct control by council of the development of the aerodrome, industrial uses, and supporting commercial uses. The direct control district includes definitions, general regulations, site regulations, and special requirements that align with the de Havilland Field Area Concept Plan. An amendment to the direct control district following first reading is being proposed to allow for shipping containers to be used for temporary storage on parcels without an existing principal use. The proposed amendment would allow de Havilland to start moving parts and equipment to the site prior to construction of the aerodrome facility. The proposed amendment, shown on page 248 of the agenda package, is to add new text to the special requirements section of the direct control bylaw to read: a time-limited development permit may be used for shipping containers for temporary storage on parcels without an existing principal use. A traffic impact assessment was submitted in support of the application, which examined the potential impact of the proposed development would have on the transportation network. All scenarios in the traffic impact assessment included the development of a grade-separated interchange at the intersection of Highway 1 and Range Road 264. The main access for Cells 1 and 2 will be from Range Road 264, which is anticipated to function as a high-volume arterial road, providing multiple site access locations. Cell 3 will be accessed from Range Roads 264 and 265. Final layout of the internal road network within each cell will be submitted along with an updated traffic impact assessment at the subdivision or development permit stage to determine any required road upgrades or improvements. A servicing study was conducted which reviewed various methods to provide water and wastewater servicing to the de Havilland Field development. The servicing study demonstrated that there were several viable options to service the proposed development, with the ultimate servicing method to be determined at the subdivision or development permit stage. The area concept plan includes policies indicating that interim servicing solutions may be implemented during the initial phases of the development until the ultimate water and wastewater servicing systems are constructed to serve the plan area. A conceptual stormwater management report was completed, which confirmed that the plan area can be serviced by a comprehensive integrated stormwater management system that uses evaporation, irrigation, and mechanical evaporation. The final method of stormwater management will be determined at the subdivision or development permit stage. Oh, yeah. In order to facilitate the proposed de Havilland Field development, the applicant has proposed amendments to the West Highway 1 Area Structure Plan, which concurrently consists of 5,266 acres of land located within 1 mile south of Highway 1, bounded by Rocky View County to the west and the Western Irrigation Canal to the east. A table found on page 19 lists the textual amendments and map updates being proposed to facilitate the de Havilland Field development, with the most notable amendments proposing to include an additional 942 acres of land to expand the area structure plan area from 5,266 acres to approximately 6,208 acres, and to append the de Havilland Field Area Concept Plan to the ASP as Appendix D. The ASP redline version attached as Schedule A has been revised following first reading in order to correct an error in the overall area of the West Highway 1 ASP boundary. The proposed amendment will increase the boundary from approximately 5,266 acres to 6,208 acres in size. An amendment has been included in the motions for council's consideration. The proposed area structure plan amendments and direct control redesignation proposal generally aligns with the South Saskatchewan Regional Plan, the county's regional growth management strategy, the municipal development plan, the West Highway 1 area structure plan, and the land use bylaw. The applications meet the goals and objectives of the county's higher level plans, such as the guiding principles of the municipal development plan for economic growth and the promotion of economic opportunities. The de Havilland Field development proposal is consistent with this principle, as it follows for the establishment of a business that operates on a local, regional, national, and international scale, provides economic diversification and job creation, and embraces the opportunity presented by regional transportation network. There are no technical concerns regarding servicing or access to lands. As such, administration recommends that council approve bylaws 2022-28 and 2022-29. Thank you, and that concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions regarding the presentation? I'll now open the floor if the applicant would like to present. Good morning, and if you can please just state your name for the record.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Ken Venner from B&A Planning Group, or B&A Studios, we're called now. Just before we get going here, just wanted to thank Council for the opportunity to present this exciting, very innovative, very once-in-a-lifetime sort of game-changing application today. We have representatives here today from Westerkirk Family Capital, de Havilland, Brad Erickson and Chadi Bedoun. We have our cast of characters of our technical consultants. I won't bother introducing each one of them. But we do have representatives with civil engineering, transportation, environmental planning, and biologists. So again, we are extremely excited to be here. I'm going to try to be brief. Thank you, Ms. Bears, for the presentation. That was, I think, some of the information I was going to present, so I don't need to now. My client is expecting me to say a few words, so in order to get paid, I'm gonna try to at least talk for 10 minutes. I was excited earlier when I saw a quick vantage point for me to duck for cover if the presentation doesn't go as well as we hope, and maybe some folks aren't pleased with what I'm saying. I guess I'm trapped here now, so I'm gonna do my best to keep everybody happy. So again, a very unique opportunity today that Council has before it. The application that Ms. Bears, and kudos to Mr. Kunz as well. I've worked with my associate Patrick Wetter on the application. I'm just sort of the face of the project, hopefully the salesman that's going to push this thing over the goal line. But I know there's been a lot of work behind the scenes to get us to this point in process, and really appreciate all the work the administration has done to guide us to the again today. But again, the application really in three parts. It's not usual that a land use application involves a federal jurisdiction and a federal decision points. In fact, this application requires two decisions from the federal government, one being Transport Canada for the registration of the aerodrome itself. There's quite an extensive process, technical process involved in siting the runway and all the associated facilities that go into supporting the aerodrome. And there's a new process, a relatively new process through the Impact Assessment Agency of Canada, or the IAC. It's an acronym you'll hear maybe some of us talk about briefly in terms of the project description that we've prepared to allow the project to move through the federal government in accordance with Bill C-69, I believe. So those two processes are ongoing. We're going to try not to talk about those processes unless we confuse or introduce information that's not really germane to the issue at hand, again, which is the ASP amendments, the area concept plan, and the land use amendment. So again, Ms. Bears talks about de Havilland Fields, a pretty amazing opportunity to have a company like de Havilland, a national company with a global reach, creating a new state-of-the-art facility to base their aircraft operations, including assembly, manufacturing, parts manufacturing, distribution to service the aircraft that they have all over the world. They're looking at also co-locating opportunities for businesses to come and locate next to or in proximity to de Havilland Field, and really creating a base of operations for the aerospace industry in southern Alberta, in Western Canada, of course, Wheatland County. De Havilland Field, a long history of aviation dating back to 1928, a subsidiary of de Havilland UK. 1928, the company was built to build aircraft and train military personnel in the intervening periods between World War I and World War II. After the World War II completed, de Havilland continued involving the sort of leadership in the aerospace industry in Canada. Some very iconic and legendary aircraft brands. My dad spent 35 years in the Air Force as an air engine mechanic. Had an opportunity to work on a lot of these airframes like the Beaver, the Buffalo, the Caribou, and the Otter. Those planes have a close association in my heart and my family's lore. But more recently, the Dash 8, the Twin Otters, and of course the firefighting aircraft that we see here, the CL-415 and its newer version, the CL-515. And that's really the aircraft that I'm excited to see an opportunity to be manufactured locally. So again, looking at a global leader, they've contracts for serving and building aircrafts in companies all over the world. They're looking for that opportunity to create a new home and repatriate a lot of their facilities and uses that have been scattered across the globe, across North America, looking to locate it into one location right here in Wheatland County. So again, this is the location, the locational map from the area concept plan. And intentionally, you see regional maps, it's always City of Calgary right in the center of the map. We've shifted that intentionally. And I think the perspective is pretty unique when looking for a site in the Calgary region. De Havilland and Westerkirk, our clients in the back here, really wanted to get a site in the region that was strategically located between centers that could provide a labor force. And of course, we have City of Chestermere and Town of Strathmore. We're equidistant in the middle of that. So there really is a large and a young and a diverse labor pool in the area already, as well as if we're bringing the 1,500 jobs that we expect to be creating in this facility over time, we have opportunities for people to locate. In these locations, you have Langdon, Muirfield to the north, other locations in the county, the region, northeast and southeast Calgary, of course, wanting to have an opportunity for affordability in the housing stock. It's, again, really important that this site offers. Again, proximity to the YYC, the Calgary International Airport. De Havilland does have a small base of operations at the airport already. And it's really important, for manufacturing parts, as an example, in de Havilland Field, we would still need an opportunity to be able to ship those parts globally. So there will be an interaction between de Havilland Field and YYC. And of course, proximity to the regional transportation network is really important, just located just off of Highway 1, and being able to service as I mentioned, the existing de Havilland facilities at YYC. So again, Ms. Bears talked about about 1,500 acres that we have under ownership in 3 development cells, north and south of the highway. It was really important, again, in choosing this location early on, even before we started the area concept plan process. There was a lot of due diligence work done on proving out the buildability or the developability of this site. We did a preliminary geotechnical investigation. We did an initial biophysical impact assessments, and we did environmental site assessment. So you see in the air photo, and maybe hard for folks at the back to see, but underlying the boundaries, the site does have some wetlands, does have some agricultural areas that have been disturbed over the years with agricultural operations. There's some pipelines and well sites in the site, and we've basically determined that notwithstanding some of those initial constraints on the lands are developable and suitable for the intended use. So again, the area concept plan, really a bridge between statutory area structure plan policy and land use subdivision development permit. I know there's a lot of questions about how we're going to implement a project of this scale, and to go straight to land use and subdivision without first establishing some overriding policy or a policy framework to guide the land use, the transportation servicing policies, as well as future zoning, subdivision, and development permits. So really creating a stage and a sort of mid sort of level of policy for council, the subdivision authority, the development authority, to put in place future decisions that are going to guide the implementation of this project. And again, very quickly, just showing here the key components of the area concept plan is, of course, the runway or the aerodrome airstrip itself. Most of the initial phasing of the aircraft de Havilland Field facilities, the manufacturing, the assembly, all of the other distribution related uses are kind of in this area right here to the northeast of the airstrip. As Ms. Bears mentioned, opportunity for other aviation companies who require airside proximity to the airstrip will locate in future phases on the sort of south and west side of the project. We've got 2 development parks, or sorry, business parks, and opportunities for other related business development uses to come in over time, all sort of enabled by the interchange and some of the servicing that we're going to bring into the area that we're going to talk about briefly here. But again, from a 5,000 foot level looking down, airstrip, aircraft facilities, future aircraft facilities, and related business park development. We talked about, Ms. Bears talked about the land use, and we looked at the county's existing commercial, industrial, and, oh, is that my 10 minutes? Sorry. There should be a jar that somebody has to pay into, right?
Agreed.
But on that note, Reeve-Link, we're just approaching 10 minutes. We're 10 minutes at this point right now. So if council does wish to hear from the applicant further, council will be required to pass a resolution to hear from the applicant. Thank you.
Thank you, CAO Henderson. Council's wishes.
I think we should continue with the presentation.
Would you contemplate a motion to that effect?
I will make that motion.
Okay. Any questions or discussion? All in favor? Motion is carried.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I practiced this in my head 20 times last night. It was 10 minutes on the knot, but I'm going to be brief here. So again, looking at the existing districts in the bylaw, we couldn't quite make things work. So a direct control district was the path forward, working with administration to create some custom uses, including the amendments that Ms. Bears mentioned earlier. So again, a DC or direct control district is proposed as the land use for the entire project area. And again, a few amendments that we're proposing to the West Highway 1 area structure plan, which was approved in 2006, really to take advantage of the frontage of highway between Strathmore and the boundary of Rocky View County. 4 key amendments proposed to the area structure plan. One is, of course, adding in the area to the north of Highway 1. The second being including the portion south of the existing ASP boundary that the aerodrome is going to be located in, making sure we're sort of elevating the status of the proposed interchange at Range Road 264, and some slight modifications of the internal road network that we'll talk about on this slide. So again, right from day one, I think it was acknowledged, or de Havilland's creating a facility of this size and scale, and interchange or a grade separated interchange would be necessary to maintain safe traffic movement on Highway 1. To that end, the clients have been working with the province to secure funding for that interchange, which I'm pleased to say that in the council chambers. So there is a funding strategy and an implementation framework for that interchange. Obviously, the internal roads, the existing county roads would be upgraded by the developer. On this slide, these roads in the business park areas will be public industrial roads. The roads inside of the federally mandated or regulated area would be private industrial roads. A couple modifications to the road network. One is to ensure that we maintain connectivity with, I think it's Durham Road or Durham Avenue. With the interchange, obviously the existing intersection would be interrupted. As well, we looked at trying not to orphan this parcel right here, so we have a road extension extending up. If that landowner decided at some point they wanted to develop, they would have access. You've heard some of the servicing. This area, I think as council knows, doesn't have a servicing strategy to date, although you've been working, as I understand, with your consultants to develop that. So one of the things that we had our civil engineers come up with some feasible or viable strategies, like a range of options where both water, sanitary, and stormwater services could be brought into the area in a manner that can be scaled. We don't have to build the entire servicing network day one, but I think it's really important to ensure that from a water perspective, our strategy is to tie into the Strathmore line and bring water up into a reservoir located here. From a wastewater perspective, creating a new facility or wastewater treatment facility with opportunity to irrigate some of the surrounding lands, as well as lands inside our own footprint potentially. And as we heard, a stormwater management concept with evaporation and irrigation as the means to draw down those ponds. You heard Ms. Bears talk about phasing. So initially the phase one is the portion of the runway, some of the initial buildings associated with de Havilland Field. Over time, we have a logical phasing strategy that will be matched to market, matched to the availability of infrastructure. A couple more slides here, Madam Chair. Just wanted to talk about timeline, and again, with regards to process of the county's approval process, we started back in September 22 officially with the corporate announcements that de Havilland was moving to Wheatland County. We submitted the area concept plan and the land use amendment applications through the fall. We did some of our initial consultation fall and winter. There was a series of open houses that we had across the region. Lots of comments that we heard, lots of support, yes, and some concerns. And I think probably some of the landowners directly impacted by this facility we're going to hear from today. We did our best to engage with those folks and talk with them on their terms. Have we resolved every single issue at this point? I think I would just remind that we are in a process that should council move forward with the decisions today, further subdivision, further development permit, more opportunities to, in site-specific formats, hopefully resolve and mitigate the issues, things like screening, setbacks, buffering, hours of operation from a noise perspective. But I think that there was a pretty robust circulation process with lots of feedback that, administration, the applicant, we worked through to resolve those issues. Hopefully, again, we're of course first reading and here today requesting second and third reading approval of the bylaws. Really quickly talking about those federal processes because there is some relationships here. Not dependent today, but there is those decision points that have to come from the IAC or the Impact Assessment Agency of Canada. Really, we started all three of these decision applications, I guess, at the same time, fall, winter 22. We're hoping to have approval from the IAC this fall, perhaps as early as September, October, which would obviously lead into the Trans-Canada or the Canadian Transportation Agency process, which actually is reliant on an approval from IAC. We're hoping to have that decision from the federal government just following the decision from IAC. So we're saying maybe winter 24, which would hopefully lead an opportunity, again, pending decision today from council, to start some of the initial site preparation works and grading of the site as early as spring of 24. So with that, Madam Chair, that's concludes my 10-minute plus presentation. And of course, we're here for any questions that council might have either right now or after we hear from the public. Thank you.
Does council have any questions for the applicant at this point? Thank you. We'll now open the floor if there are any participants at the public hearing that would like to speak in support of the application.
Good morning, members of council. My name is Neil Coulter, and I'm a developer in Strathmore, part of the Lakewood of Strathmore development. I've got a partner here, Bernie Birchill, who's in attendance, and Matt Hassan and Kevin Middlemas are other partners who couldn't be here, unfortunately, today. We'd like to congratulate Wheatland County for attracting de Havilland to the area. We have a number of colleagues in the development industry in Rocky View, Foothills, around the area that are very jealous of the opportunity that you've attracted to this region. I think what I'll say is we brought on our first phase in Strathmore back in 2015, 77 lots, so all single family. We sold 50% of them right away, and after the next 6-7 years, we sold 4 lots. That's all we sold in our development. We've been waiting for something to happen. We've worked hard. We've spent a lot of money on our development trying to attract builders to come in, end users, homeowners to come in. I don't believe in coincidences. I'm a Lee Child fan, Jack Reacher. There are no coincidences. When de Havilland announced that they were entertaining the aspect of coming to Wheatland County, we sold the remaining 35 lots in phase 1. We've brought on phase 2 now, 46 lots. We're 90% sold of our phase 2 lots, and we're getting constant interest in our lots from end users, homeowners. So I just wanted to let you know that fact that this is a good thing. We believe in this, and again, we just wanted to commend Wheatland County on attracting the diversity of an industry like de Havilland to the area. We think it's going to have a huge beneficial impact on everybody in the region. Thank you. If you have any questions.
Are there any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak in support of the application?
Good morning, Council. My name is Scott Silva. I'm here as the Director of Business Development for the Legacy Farm Project, and also here to represent the owner of the project, Mr. Bruce Kleiber. Over 100 years ago, Strathmore and this region, Wheatland County, was known as an agriculturalist mecca. We really helped shape the next 100 years of what this landscape looked like. We believe that right now, this endeavor from de Havilland is really going to help shape that next 100 years. When we look at the innovation and technology that they're bringing forward, the jobs, the development opportunities, it is really groundbreaking. And as mentioned earlier, it's a game changer. So we are here today as not only a former part of Wheatland County, as we're now part of the town of Strathmore, but as a regional aspect, and as we're growing an agritourism destination, this help furthers that initiative. This really brings the growth and the awareness to this region that it is needed for so long. East Calgary has always been looked at as the proverbial ugly stepchild, and no hard feelings to any stepchildren. But the idea being now that we're getting the recognition from not only the rest of Alberta, but the rest of Canada, what is happening out here, and thank you to de Havilland, and thank you to the entire county and administration from working on this, is really going to set the bar for the next 50 years and beyond to come. So we just wanted to share on behalf of Mr. Kleiber and myself from the Legacy Farm Project that we are in support of this and are looking forward to the next steps. Open for any questions.
Any councillors have any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak in support of the application?
I have notes. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Natasha Fife, and I'm the Executive Director of the Strathmore Wheatland Chamber of Commerce. I'm here today to talk to you about what de Havilland coined a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for our county. The new aircraft manufacturing facility that de Havilland Aircraft of Canada plans to build in Wheatland County will be a game changer for our region. The project will be a huge win, not only for us, but all of Alberta. This project will create significant jobs at the de Havilland field, with potentially more based on the growth of the company. It will also generate hundreds of construction jobs during the development phase, and this project will boost our local economy by attracting families, new local businesses, suppliers, contractors, and service providers. It will diversify our industrial base by adding a high-value sector that is resilient and competitive. It will enhance our reputation as a hub for innovation, technology, and education in aviation. The Chamber of Commerce is fully supportive of this project, and we're committed to working with de Havilland, Canada, Wheatland County, the provincial and federal governments, and other stakeholders to ensure its success. We believe that this project will bring significant benefits to our region and to our country. We also believe that this project aligns with our vision of building a more prosperous and more sustainable future for our children and grandchildren to come. This is why we urge you to join in welcoming de Havilland Canada to our community and celebrating this milestone for our region. Together, we can make this project a reality and show the world what we can do here in Wheatland County and in Alberta. Thank you for your attention, and I'm open to any questions.
Are there any questions? Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak in support of the application? I also just want to check if there's anyone online that we give an opportunity, if there's anybody in support of the application. If you would like to speak, please unmute and state your name. Good morning. Did you wish to speak in support of the application? Good morning. We heard somebody speak, but I didn't catch your name. If you would like to speak in support of the application. If you don't wish to speak, if you could just mute your microphone, please, or your phone. Not hearing anyone else wishing to speak in support of the application. Is there anyone with concerns or opposed to the application who would like to speak? Sir, if you can just come to the microphone and state your name for the record, please.
Hi there, my name's Ron Heckel. I'm an adjacent landowner.
Sorry, sir, we've had a request for you to remove your hat. Thank you.
Adjacent landowner to the project. And I'm not a smooth talking guy like this other guy was, so forgive me if I'm a little, whatever, unprofessional, but I'm sorry to hear that the council actually tried to attract the de Havilland and big business to our fine agricultural community. What about agriculture? Just a couple of years ago, the county wrote a municipal development plan on preserving farmland and agriculture and the agricultural way of life. All of a sudden, big business comes around flashing their money, and you immediately forget about that plan that you wrote. We are 5 generations on the adjacent land, and if you let this happen, our lifestyle will drastically change. Yes, the answer you respond with is, yeah, lots of tax dollars coming to the county and jobs for everybody else. Well, great. That doesn't make anything better for us. Another answer that you have is my land value will increase. Well, that doesn't matter to us because we never have ever intended on selling any land. As a matter of fact, we're in expansion mode and we were trying to buy land, but that won't happen now in our own neighborhood especially. And you know, the physical loss, the actual physical loss of the best land in the county and probably in Western Canada, you know, it consistently produces incredible yields. I don't know, you should really go to the AFSC crop insurance office and check into their past, all their records dating back probably 100 years. I don't know how far it goes back, but that land over there just produces every year, even this year. The rest of the county apparently is in an agricultural disaster. Well, my neighbors and I aren't anywhere near agricultural disaster. In closing, I hope you consider my feelings and also my neighbors as well. The acreages along that Range Road 264, they've been there a long time too. And you know, you draw your little line of the development just going out just around their little boundaries. I can't imagine how they're feeling with having these big factories right outside their window, even though you're going to build a nice little berm and put a tree on it. Yeah, I guess that's it. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Does anybody have any questions? Deputy Roof Clausen.
No question, just comment for clarity. Just so you know, Whelan County did not go out and actively pursue a developer for this land. They bought it several years ago. We did not know about this until they brought it forward. We knew somebody had bought the land and it was for sale. I believe it was more than 5 years ago. It wasn't owned by us. It was owned by private people that sold it. So we did not pursue a development. The development came to us.
I'm sorry, I guess then I misunderstood the man who just said thank you for inviting de Havilland into this area. I guess I misunderstood him.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
No, I just wanted to point that out for.
Oh, okay, well, I just thought I'd point that out.
Any other questions? Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else who would like to speak with concerns or who is opposed to the application?
Good morning, folks.
Good morning.
I'm Bob Wursema. We're on the first residence on 264 that just got surrounded by de Havilland. There's a couple questions I have about the area structure plan, but I want to just point out, we had 3 people, I believe, mentioning how good de Havilland is going to be for the area. Where did they all come from? Where are you speakers all from? From Strathmore? What I want to know, has Wheatland County done an ROI, return on investment, for any monies invested into de Havilland in order to make this happen? My understanding is, and I could be totally wrong on this, there's been a forgiveness of taxes in the future. So when we get all these jobs, where does that money go? Do the Wheatland County ratepayers benefit from any money generated outside of business, building taxes, business taxes, property taxes, that sort of thing? I mean, obviously the feds in the province take all the income tax. It sounds like all the houses are going to be in Strathmore, so all the property tax for residences is going to go to the Strathmore economy. So what is Wheatland County ratepayers actually getting out of this, other than, as my neighbor said, lack of agricultural land, inconsiderate looking at the existing people there. There's been very little attempt in the area structure plans to actually protect the existing residences. And I haven't seen this get any better with the de Havilland deal. I'm going to say that, yes, de Havilland is a heck of a lot better or developer to deal with than the people north of me. But that doesn't change any of the facts that we're not going to automatically make millions of dollars because de Havilland comes to Wheatland County. And nowhere have I seen this council address what the value is to the the Wheatland residents, the Wheatland taxpayers. There's always this assumption when we have big business come in, it's going to be dollars all over the place. But I haven't seen any calculations to show that. Where is this money all going? Where is it coming? If I'm not mistaken, it's a very similar situation to the development down south. Wheatland County is throwing money at that. How are the ratepayers going to get that money back? What's the investment values there? So those are things apart from the area structure plan. I appreciate that, but that's very much what's driving this thing is the idea that, oh, we're going to make all sorts of money out of this. I don't think so, folks. Wheatland County hasn't got a very good record with developments in the past 15 years, right? Whether we look at Lake Samarafield, Cheadle, or this development here. Part of it is the research hasn't been done properly, and I'm begging of you guys to please do your research properly before you throw money at these things. Now, as far as the area structure plan, I don't know how to get it back up, but a little bit concerned about the interchange, obviously, and I know the interchange has to come up. The interchange itself can be workable, I guess. I'm very concerned about the diversion of Durham Drive right next to our place. And again, I don't know if is that a firm, something that's all in place, or is this still just figuratively speaking, this is sort of things that might happen because we need to get this interchange in. I appreciate the interchange is quite similar to what's at Highway 9 in Trans-Canada, right? So I would imagine that you can't have all those roads coming in together at one spot. So there has to be something done there. But yeah, do you want this main roadway under your bedroom window? I think not. Again, that goes to, like Ron had mentioned a while back, very little concern for the local residents, the ones that were there first. These are things that Wheatland County consecutive councils have not done much about protecting the residents that were there first. Stormwater management, huge issue. If we look at the map, as all the locals kind of chuckle at, gee whiz, they're packing that stormwater all in the high point of the land. How well is that going to work out? We they do the stormwater plan, so it's along the northwest side. It means it has to be pumped. When do pumps fail? When we have storms, we have power outages. There was a time, and this is why it's part of the area structure plan, where the area structure plan said you will follow the Calgary stormwater plan. Council seemed to overrule that without any consultation with the county, the members of the ratepayers. The Calgary stormwater plan says right in it, you may not use pumps because pumps fail when we need them most. What do we have up at Isle of Man property? Everything is pump, pump, pump. And they're all going to fail at one point, and I can almost guarantee you Range Road 264 is going to get flooded out over the next couple of years, the next time we have a winter again. With any luck, it'll be the day de Havilland wants to start working that road, because that's what's going to happen. If you aren't going to enforce the area structure plan, why put it in there? If we're going to use the area structure plan to control how the area is done, then why are we making changes to it after the fact? If we're supposed to follow the Calgary stormwater plan, why did it get changed? Mainly because developers said, well, geez, we don't want to spend 30 to 50% of our land mass on stormwater. And so that got kind of pushed aside. But I want you to look at something, folks. De Havilland is proposing a development of six quarter sections, right? They're proposing 152 acres of stormwater management. Isle of Man has 4 quarters, so 2/3 of it. So it should have roughly 100 acres of stormwater management, right? Guess what you let them away with? 21 acres. You don't think it's going to flood? Give it some thought. Not sure what's going to happen with water. It sounds like there's some deal with Strathmore water line. I'd like to see some paperwork on that, how that can possibly happen. And the reason I ask that is because I remember about 15 years ago, there was this little development at Balzac that wanted to tap into the Airdrie water line running through Rocky View. And Calgary said, no way, we've got to deal with Airdrie. We're not supplying water to a development that's going to compete with us. So that's why Cross Irons had to go to the WID to get water rights off the WID to put in enough water for Cross Irons. So maybe de Havilland can do a deal with Calgary. I don't know. Does Wheatland County actually have rights to any of that water in that pipe that flows through there? Can anybody from the council tell me that, or administration?
So the public hearing is an opportunity for us to hear from you.
Okay.
And then administration will have an opportunity to address any questions that are raised during the public hearing. And then council will have an opportunity. We can ask questions to clarify things during the public hearing from your perspective, but this is really our opportunity to hear from our ratepayers and exactly what you're sharing with us. We also have a responsibility to follow up with our administration if we have any outstanding questions, but we won't take this opportunity to necessarily,
Fair enough.
council won't address your questions, administration may, and then following the closure of the public hearing, council will have an opportunity to debate and to discuss matters that were raised and address things at that point.
Totally understand. Fair enough. However, this access to water is crucial. Local water might do for a lot of what they need. Stormwater ponds could be recycled for a lot of things what they need. But out on just east of us, they're proposing a cement plant. Been in the industry long enough to know that our local salty waters will not make cement. So that concrete plant isn't going to fly unless it's got other water. If it doesn't have other water, if it's coming off the pipeline, does that mean Strathmore is going to stop growing because de Havilland's used up most of that water? These are all concerns we have to look at. I think we're missing some of the big picture here, both in the financial return to the ratepayers, the protection of the existing residences, and the path forward. I understand why everybody's excited about de Havilland. And, kind of, everything looks good, but we've seen 15 years of Wheatland County making changes to help the developers out at the expense of the ratepayers. And that's very, very concerning. If anybody has any questions, I'd be happy to try.
Any questions? Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else who would like to speak with concerns or in opposition to the application?
Sorry.
Good morning. If you can just please state your name for the record.
Hi, my name is Panada Windsor. I am the affected household. So my house is the second one in that plan. So we moved to this property in 2020-21, and we didn't know anything about this project until last year. And one of the gentlemen over there said that they reached out to us because they're concerned about us, but no one really reached out to us, actually. We just got a piece of paper saying that this project is coming and that we have to move out. So, sorry about that. My question is, how long did you guys know that this development is coming? And you mentioned to us that you care about the community and how much money it's gonna bring to the community. But look how you treat the locals. And I understand about the zoning. It's going to change from agricultural to direct control. How is it going to affect our land? How is it going to affect our zoning, where our property is right now? Sorry about that. moved in here in 2020-21, planning to grow our family. I just had a baby. And now I can't sleep at night knowing that next year they're starting the construction, the north side of a property. Of course, it's gonna affect us. The noise, the dust, the air quality. Is there any plan for that? If we were to stay, you know, one of you said to me before that you're gonna have a berm, you're gonna have things to accommodate us, but it won't make a difference. I don't know. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions? Is there anybody else who would like to speak with concerns or in opposition to the application?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Michael Bowl. I live on Range Road 264. I'm the third acreage south of the Number 1 Highway. I've been there for over 20 years, and I enjoy the countryside, the quiet countryside. So I'm happy for the county of Wheatland to have more job opportunities coming up, but I have a selfish reason for opposing this. I want to retire in a few years, and I was hoping to retire into a quiet community. Now there's going to be an airport in my backyard. That's not something that I was looking forward to. The retail or the market for other properties in the area is much higher than what de Havilland has offered to purchase our property for. So I'm opposed to this just for selfish reasons, for wanting a peace and quiet retirement. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions? If you can just please state your name for the record.
My name is Linda Bonnycastle. I live directly west on 30 acres of de Havilland. And I will be directly impacted. We've had the property for over 20 years. And I think our first speaker from de Havilland said that they had reached out to the private property owners. We went to a meeting last winter, and it was promised that they would reach out personally and individually. I have not heard a word from de Havilland at all. Even though I know that it's going to have a lot of benefit for a lot of people, the people that live directly in the path of de Havilland are going to be hugely affected in a negative way. I would like to see de Havilland help the landowners in every way that they can, because you are changing our lives as well as other people's lives. Like I said in the beginning, it's a great opportunity for many, many people. And I can't see how we're going to stop it. But if that's the case, de Havilland has a responsibility to reach out to the landowners that are directly affected and help us. Thank you. Is there any questions?
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak with concerns or in opposition to the application? name.
I'm Christian Heckle, adjacent landowner. All my neighbors have wrapped up how I'm feeling as well. I just want to add something really quick that I noticed wasn't pointed out. I think it's funny you talk about how many jobs it will bring to the county. Calgary is only 20 minutes away from this land. Chestermere is 10, Langdon is 5. These workers will no doubt be coming from these communities, not choosing to move to Strathmore. So technically we're helping out Calgary residents, we're not helping out our own county. I just wanted to point that out in case you're not familiar with where the land is and how close it is to these communities. And please just look Wheatland County. It's in the name of the county, Wheatland County. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Is there anyone else who would like to speak with concerns or in opposition to the application? Is there anyone who has joined us virtually who would like to speak with concerns or in opposition to the application? If so, if you could just please unmute your device and state your name, please. I believe I hear somebody unmuting. If you would like to present to council, if you could please state your name. I'll ask one more time if there's anybody who would like to present to council with any concerns or in opposition to the application. I would now like to give the applicant an opportunity to address any comments that were presented or submitted in writing. If you can just please come to the microphone and state your name.
Sure, thank you. And thanks for inviting us here today again. Brad Erickson from Westerkirk Capital. Yeah, a lot of issues. And of course, we recognize the direct impact on all the neighborly lands. Unfortunately, in development like this, we can't address every single problem. We have met with some of the landowners close by. Two of these, we've actually left it in their hands to actually come back to us if they would like to actually us to make an offer. We haven't heard anything yet, but we expect that to happen over time. So there's lots we can do for those that actually remain in terms of how we make it aesthetically pleasing, how we address some of the issues, the issues raised today about construction and what happens in construction with dust, noise, etc. Of course, when we get to the development permit stage and the actual building of anything there, a formal construction management plan has to be put in place that addresses all of these issues and to mitigate and to keep everything as I guess, smooth as possible, recognizing that any construction is disruptive. I think once we get past the construction phase, and this is remember, this is a very long-term project, 10 to 15 years probably to build this out completely. I think the actual operation, it's a very low impact industry, manufacturing aircraft. It's not invasive to the environment. Of course, there will be perhaps 2 to 3 aircraft a week lifting off from the runway and coming in. The noise on these aircraft isn't loud. It's not like a big jet taking off, but it is a consequence of having an airstrip there. But it's very low impact, so it will be there. From talking with others in other communities that have such airstrips close by and have agricultural land in the vicinity, we've talked to veterinarians. There's been no impact on the actual the animals on the farms, etc. We don't actually haven't heard anything like that, and I know we've got some comments about the impact. We have to keep monitoring along with the local landowners to make sure if there are impacts that we address them real time. But I think with careful planning and just taking a very professional approach to this, that we can try to mitigate. Doesn't mean it addresses every issue. It's not possible to address every issue. just the nature of these type of developments. But we would disagree, Council, that it's a heavy impact. Of course, if you're living right beside the site, your lifestyle is impacted, and we do get the emotions. We would actually feel the same way if I was living right beside a site like this. So it's just how do we actually address that? We're open to rational and reasonable discussions every day of the week, and we have had conversations with some of the locals, meeting at their houses and talking with them. So that work is not complete, and that will be ongoing right throughout the process. I can take questions from you, or Ken, do you want to add anything?
That's good.
Yeah.
Any final questions?
We could address any specific questions. We'd probably prefer to write written response so we can reflect carefully on the answer as well. Yeah.
Just my apologies, question to administration. I don't think we can take questions from public hearing attendees at this point. The applicant can address any questions or comments that were raised during the presentations. But if council has any questions, there's an opportunity to ask them. We won't debate now, but there is an opportunity to ask any questions or clarification that is required from the applicant at this point. Not hearing any. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, and just one last point too. Of course, this is about the actual area structure plan and the concept of having industry on this site. The detailed work with the development permits and every single thing that goes on this site has an extensive process, which is probably more robust than actually this plan. And that goes right down to all the civil engineering about water. It's about waste management and all of these things. And from a concept, we've proven in concept that these are all manageable, but the detailed civil engineering, for example, on water is yet to take place. We know that, like you said, the water flows to the northeast corner. So on that plan, when the detailed permits come in, you'll probably see changes to where ponds actually, where the water gets rooted and all that, but that's subject to a much more intensive civil engineering exercise than has taken place for this actual structure plan. We're trying to prove in concept in the initial sweep that it's all feasible and doable, but a lot of work has to be undertaken as well. So that's about all I can say for time. Go ahead.
Councillor Kuster.
I don't know if it's appropriate for me to say this now, but I will. I know this is just an area structure plan, not just an area structure plan, but it is bound by certain rules. There can be no conditions on a bylaw. This isn't definitive that it's what's going to be built, where it's going to be built. That comes with the development plans. But a lot of our ratepayers here don't understand that. The people especially living inside of the area, their lives are being disruptive now, even though nothing is being put in the ground. And I feel for anybody who fears for their home.
Yes.
And I would hope that somebody would go out and at least give them a card today so they can phone. I've heard they've had no contact. I don't like hearing things like that. Yeah. It would be, I think, incumbent on de Havilland to show the human side and reach out to these people and explain to them maybe more of the process, explain maybe what you can do for them, try and make their fears go away.
Yeah, and we have...
Sorry, I know it's an inappropriate time, but...
No, but it's a fair comment. We have actually been in a few people's homes and have gone through and discussed it. We haven't covered the full spectrum of every single neighbor just yet, but that is on the cards. You're exactly right. We're going to get to do that. Sorry, I keep going on here, but on the ratepayers, you raised an issue about Wheatland County funding this project. That is not accurate. The actual ratepayer, the actual, it must be a bylaw, I guess, for actual reduction of property taxes is quite modest, and it was in place years before we actually came around. The council here has not offered us a nickel to actually move into the county. We're doing it for business reasons. It's a great location. We've got a part of Alberta that's open for business. We're, as hopefully as the administration will attest to, we're very transparent and open, and we don't take shortcuts. We've been actually following all good development process to date, and will be continuing to do so right to the finish line. Can we eliminate every impact? It's just not possible. I hope people appreciate it, but we can actually work with people to help try to mitigate what we can do. Yeah. So, but the council and the Wheatland County haven't come to us and say, hey, we'll give you a pot of gold if you come here. We actually just looked at the whole infrastructure here, including property taxes and the industrial rates, and they're competitive with Calgary, but they're not heavily discounted either. So from a taxpayer's perspective, I think you can be happy that there was no negotiation on any of these things, and it is whatever the current form is. So anyways, if there's no further questions, thank you.
Any further questions for the applicant?
Thanks.
Thank you. Does administration have any final comments?
Through the reeve to council, no, we do not.
Thank you. With that, I will close the public hearing. And it would be best practice for council to have a motion on the table to debate. Administration has drafted some recommendations for motions for consideration. They're shown on our screens as well as in the package. So just for the public, by putting a motion on the floor, it gives council direction on what we would be debating. And we've just actually had our ethics commissioner did some training and actually indicated that it's best practice to get a motion on the floor prior to engaging in debate. So council's wishes.
I'll move that council approve the revised acreage of the West Highway 1 area structure plan boundary as presented.
We have a motion on the floor. I will open the floor for council debate. Deputy Reeve Clausen.
No debate, just a statement. This has been, like, I've seen a few applications come through this organization in the time I've been here. This company has gone out and did a lot of open houses, had a lot of public engagement. Opiate hasn't had maybe the boots on the ground to all of them, and I understand the process of development. Sometimes they can't do that till certain things are done because there might be buyouts and things like that. But as far as development goes that I've seen in this area, this is one of the ones that is as a good development. I'll leave it at that. It's not, it always affects, development always affects people. It's a hard decision we have here, but we could be trying to have some other kind of development that has a higher impact. Land is always for sale. Uses change. I've seen it in my division many times, and things that I've, opposed have gone through. So I'll be making my decision.
Any other questions or discussion? Councillor Lawerson.
I can respect both sides of the comments. Sometimes developments are not fun. I have one across from me, and I can't open my windows in the summertime when they're doing a certain job that they seem to have to do in August when it's hot and you need your windows open. I get that. I think one of the things, and I understand why de Havilland wants to come here, but I think there was one question that was raised that I think I would ask administration to provide us an answer to at some point in time. I don't think you can do it today. But the question was, and de Havilland answered it fairly well, that we didn't give them a tax break, but I think we need to be able to say to our ratepayers what the financial benefit is to Wheatland County. It shouldn't be that hard to figure out. We know how much land it is. We know how much tax base we're going to get. I agree with some of the ratepayers. I mean, a lot of these people are coming from Toronto. Calgary is going to be a hick town to them. They're probably not coming to Strathmore. Some of them will, and some of them, hopefully they hire local people. That's where I think we've got a benefit, but that again benefits the town of Strathmore. So I'd like to see us come up with some kind of a spreadsheet or whatever you can do to just kind of clearly outlines to every ratepayer and to council what the financial benefits are to the county.
Thank you, Councillor Laverson. Councillor Kuster?
This revised area, it would have the same rules as the rest of West Highway 1 structure plan?
Through the Reeve to Council, that's correct. It was that part of the lands are within the area structure plan, and then we're expanding the boundaries. And the amendment that is before you was because the overall acreage at one time included the 1,500 plus acres when it should have only included 900 approximately.
So when this council set up the West Highway 1, it was strictly on the south side of the highway for concerns of noise and traffic and keep the residential on the north side. So is there any way that this, if council approves this, that this land on the north side of the highway would not be subject to the same noise and impacts that would be affected on the south side of the highway? Is it more office space? Is it more, what is it?
Through the Reeve to Council, those lands are slated for, as it was mentioned, gas station, convenience stores. It was not manufacturing as in cell 1. These were cells 2 and 3 were other businesses that would benefit from the proximity of the highway. So restaurants, gas stations, hotels, that type of business.
But we can't put that in the bylaw.
No, it's already in the bylaw. The direct control district has called this all a direct control district, and it has outlined what will be in that area, which are business uses.
So we have to, I'm mentioning it now so this council realizes when it comes time to determine what's in it, that it's respectful of where it is and the noise impacts on the neighbors and stuff. Is all I'm.
Yes, council.
The statement is all I'm saying.
Council is the decision authority for every development permit that will come in on this particular development. So council will be able to make those decisions at that time.
Okay.
Just a point of clarification, I think council will determine, sorry, I'm just going to look for one thing first. I just wanted to find where it states the cells and the intended uses, if we can just point to that so that there's clarity on those. So I think on page starting on page 105 of our package, it does outline a development framework for each cell. And so to Councillor Kuster's comments, I think one important thing to note is that the aerodrome is only being contemplated in cell 1, which is on that south side of the highway. And we've heard during the public hearing some potential noise impacts from that. And then also, just for clarification, for authority on the direct control, I believe all permitted uses will be referred to the development officer for a decision, whereas discretionary uses will be referred to council for a decision. And just for the public's clarification, and you can find this, our package is all available publicly on our website, so you can review this in detail. But on page 252, those permitted uses and the discretionary uses are outlined. And so I think it's important to note that the airport operational facility or aerodrome, which has been referenced, right within that discretionary use in that direct control bylaw indicates that that would be cell 1 only, not permitted in cell 2 or 3, and that is discretionary. So again, that would come before council to contemplate potential mitigation that could be done. And I know I did review those permitted and discretionary uses quite carefully, and I was grateful to see that those potential uses that might have more impact to ratepayers have been made discretionary, so that council has an opportunity to look at what potential mitigating measures the developer is looking at putting in place for those, and analyzing that and ensuring that those are being addressed appropriately to the extent that they can. So I think our administration did a good job of looking at what might be, permitted in an agricultural or in the current use versus what would be, and then placing those that are in discretionary that would not be allowed under agricultural. So just so that we're very clear and transparent around those processes. Councillor Laprise, you had a question or comment?
Just a comment, I guess. I feel that Wheatland County is, of course, primarily an agrarian county in the province. The province is in the difficult position, though, of decreasing. I think we're going to see decreased oil and gas taxation over time. It's starting now. It's going to continue. We do need to replace that. So agriculture is very important. However, the tax base from this segment isn't enough to provide the services that residents and farmers need in terms of roads and other services. Origin Business Park has been slowly developing over the years, but I think this will fast track that kind of development in the area, and so I think it's just important. I do sympathize, like we've all said. It is a very difficult thing to have any kind of construction and new development right near your house. Like Councillor Larson, I have stuff near my house that I would have preferred not to be there. I do sympathize, but I do think it's important. I also think that there will be county residents that can benefit from the jobs that are available there. Yes, a lot will come from other municipalities, but this gives Wheatland County residents an opportunity for employment and to maintain and to stay in some lower cost housing that we can provide here. So I do think that there are benefits to county residents. That's all I want to say.
Any other questions or comments?
I just want to thank the public for coming up and being concerned and letting us know their concerns. So going forward, we can watch that and listen. There are some good points been brought up. The stormwater, the interchange. This is all important stuff that if you don't live in the area, you may not consider, but it's nice to hear that the people have come out and speak to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bigger.
I share the sentiment of Councillor Bigger. Thank you for all you coming out here and being passionate about this. And I agree with what Councillor Larson has said, that we should do a ROI. I've done a back of the envelope one on this one, and to me it's a no-brainer, but it would not hurt to get that information out to the public. Just what an absolute, in my opinion, development, good development this is going to be. There's always going to be second thoughts, people not being happy because it's development. All the good farmland in the back last 100 years has all been swallowed up by the cities because the farmers all went to the good farmland, and then a city would spring up and then the city would eat the farmland. It is just what happens. It happens because of our location. You can't change that. We have to take advantage of that. That farmland that piece of property has been for sale for 17 years. So theoretically, the direction of that land has been in the hands of the people in the area. They may have decided that it wasn't worth the amount of money that was being asked for. I mean, I've got a piece of property across from my place that I should have bought and I didn't, and I kicked myself for not doing that. It but it's what it is. We cannot, as a county, say, you can't buy that piece of property. Like, we don't have that ability. So when a company comes in or a person comes in and says, I want to pay, it might be, and I remember when that property came onto the market, was sold, it was 4 years before I found out actually who the buyer of that property was. And everybody said, well, they paid way too much money for it. And I don't know if they did or if they didn't, but it's one of those things we do not have the ability as a government, nor should we have the ability of the government to say, what are you going to do with that property then now that you've bought it? I thank everybody for coming out here. I know people are going to be, there will be people that are unhappy with what the decision is one way or the other, but I believe that your voice has been heard, and thank you for coming out.
Thank you, Councillor Reichert. Councillor Kuster.
I agree with Councillor Shannon. On the east side of our county, I don't know how many farmers work in the oil patch. They've paid for their farms. I don't think they're, and there very well could be close to 1,000 people working out there. Is a lot, my son's included. I know farming over the years, when I started farming, that's all I did. I didn't have time for another job. But it seems like every farm now, somebody has to go to work to buy the groceries. And that this is an opportunity. I hope it treats Wheatland County kindly. And there's high-tech jobs in the gas fields out there that are farmers. So it's an opportunity, same as everything else. It's how people take advantage of it. Right?
Thank you, Councillor Kuster. Any other questions or comments or debate? I would echo many of the comments that have been made by colleagues this morning. Governing a county and land use planning is a very complex responsibility that we have, and it's a constant battle of trying to balance competing principles. This ASP has been in place since 2006, when a previous council had a vision for trying to attract industrial development along that highway corridor. And I think an opportunity was identified at that time. Our council has been focused on cultivating an environment that is conducive to investment attraction and economic development. I can't necessarily speak on behalf of council's why for doing so, but I can speak on my own perspective on what my why is for that. I've heard a lot of reference to the tax revenue that could potentially be generated by a development like this, and that is certainly a factor, and it's an important factor. With our responsibility for governing this county, we have significant responsibilities in terms of stewarding your tax dollars, but also asset management responsibilities. We have over 2,700 kilometers of roads within our transportation network that we're responsible for building and maintaining. We currently generate about 60% of our revenue from oil and gas from linear taxation. And we see pressures both federally and globally that are eroding that revenue. And I think the writing was on the wall that Wheatland County was potentially not in a position to be sustainable into the future and to continue supporting the important industries that have built this county and that will always define this county. That includes agriculture and includes energy. But those sectors and those industries require significant investment into that infrastructure. Our farmers need our roads, they need them to be in good condition, and our ratepayers expect it. And we knew that in order to do that going into the future, we needed to diversify the economy. By doing so, that will generate additional tax revenue, which we're hoping will balance off the reduction of revenue that we see as oil and gas revenue is reduced. Many of us sat around this table in 2019 when the province brought forward an assessment model review, which would have seen with one stroke of a provincial pen, a 19% reduction to our revenue, essentially in a day. That would have left us responsible for continuing to govern and provide the services that we do with 81% of our revenue. That was a challenging day for me, and it was eye-opening in terms of what we needed to do to continue to responsibly govern this county. And we have been laser focused on investment attraction. For me, that's not simply because of the tax revenue it's going to generate. Just to speak to the comments around the ROI or analyzing the, the assessment and the potential revenue for the county, that will be a little bit challenging just because assessment, of course, is calculated after developments are built and once they're stood up. And so depending on the, excuse me, depending on the timing of things, that may be challenging, but we could certainly work on getting an estimate so that ratepayers can better understand the potential revenue that would be generated from a municipal perspective. There, of course, will also be income tax generated through the employment opportunities that could be created by a development like this. I do want to speak to those employment opportunities. Part of my why is those employment opportunities. And I have 5 kids. One of my kids said to me, there's very limited employment opportunities within Wheatland County with opportunities for advancement. And that really hit me because, and at first I started arguing and pointing to different opportunities that are in this region. But at the end of the day, rural Alberta has had many of our industries under attack. We've seen youth exodus out of rural Alberta, and I want to see our youth stay. I want rural Alberta to be sustainable. We know that when people have employment opportunities, true employment opportunities, where there's opportunities for advancement, that creates purpose for people. That can help mitigate mental health and addiction issues. That can create families who are less financially strained and are better able to parent. We know that kids that are nourished better learn better. So for me, this goes far beyond just the tax dollars that are going to be generated. We do need to be very fiscally prudent, and I believe we've been focused on that as well, and that's a balance. But to me, this goes far beyond that to the sustainability of rural Alberta, and a potential development like this and the impacts on that sustainability is significant. However, the impacts to the adjacent landowners are not lost on me, and that has genuinely kept me up at night. I don't want to get emotional, but it is challenging. Know that that is not lost on us, and it's very challenging, and we have that constant challenge of balancing those competing principles when we're making decisions in these council chambers. I am grateful that we have had some investors interested in developing in the county that are principled, that have long histories of business relations with integrity, and are committed to working with adjacent landowners. And we will have expectations every time there's a development in Wheatland County. We're looking at what are the potential impacts to adjacent landowners, what is the applicant proposing to mitigate those impacts, and to what extent can that be done? And then we have to balance it against all of the other considerations with the development. And that's a challenging job. Know that we take it seriously, and it weighs on us. And I would echo my colleagues' comments. I appreciate everybody who has engaged today and shared your perspective. Know that we're weighing that, and we're considering it, and we're taking it very seriously. I really do think that the future of rural Alberta is at stake if we don't diversify our economy and do something differently. And that is part of what has driven us to do what we're doing. I guess the last comment I want to make is just that development in this has been spoken to as well. But development is driven by developers. So there have been structures in place. We heard from a developer in Strathmore, there was developments there. Development in Wheatland County has been somewhat stagnant, and I am grateful that we are seeing increased interest and potential investment in the county. Please know that we are focused on trying to contain and direct that development into our industrial corridors and into our existing ASPs. By doing so, we can mitigate the fragmentation of agricultural land outside of that. I weighed heavily contemplating the motion that's on the floor right now to expand this ASP, and it's good to hear Councillor Kester's comments about trying to minimize those impacts on the north side of the highway. I anticipated that was the reason that our ASP follows that south side of the highway, and we do take that into consideration and take that seriously. But in order to continue to maintain agricultural taxes at what they are, and in order to continue to provide good governance and maintain the infrastructure that we provide for our agricultural producers, we do need diverse development in the county. Agricultural taxation is highly regulated, and even though the vast majority of our land is agricultural, it doesn't generate a proportionate amount of taxes. And I support that and understand the rationale for that. But in order to be sustainable, we needed to take action. So I appreciate all of the comments that have been addressed. I will be supporting the application, but please know we weigh the impacts heavily, and we'll be looking for ways to mitigate those, particularly at the development permit stage, as we look at ways that those impacts can be mitigated. Any other questions or debate? We have a motion on the floor to approve the revised acreage for the West Highway 1 area structure plan boundary as was presented. All in favor? Motion is carried. Council's wishes regarding second reading.
I'll move that council move second reading of bylaw 2022-28, this being a bylaw for the purpose of amending the West Highway 1 aerial structure plan, bylaw number 2006-05, by making textual amendments and advising figures and maps as shown on the attached Schedule A as amended and appending the de Havilland Field Area Concept Plan as shown on the attached Schedule B.
There's a motion on the floor. Any questions or discussion? All in favor? Motion is carried.
Move the council move.
If you can just please turn your microphone on.
Sorry, I'll move. The council move third reading of bylaw 2020. Sorry, I apologize. I move that council move third reading of bylaw 2022-28, this being a bylaw for the purpose of amending the West Highway 1 area structure plan bylaw number 2006-05 by making textual amendments and revising figures and maps as shown on the attached Schedule A as amended and appending the de Havilland Field Area Concept Plan as shown on the attached Schedule B.
There's a motion on the floor. Any questions or discussion? Councillor Laverson.
I'll just make a point, I guess, for the audience that if we approve this last motion, that's just to change the area structure plan that allows de Havilland to come and bring forth their more firm plans on it, which we will debate again and may or may not approve if they don't bring it up. So this isn't the end of the world. If you have concerns, there's still a forum that you can bring it up later. And in the onus then, if we approve this, the onus is on de Havilland to make sure that they've addressed the concerns, which they've committed to do today. So I just wanted everyone to know that.
Thank you, Councillor Laverson. Any other questions or discussion? All in favor? Motion is carried. There's concurrent motions starting on page 247 for council consideration.
I'll move that council amends bylaw 2022-29 by adding text to the special requirements section as presented.
Any questions or discussion? All in favor? Motion is carried.
I'll move that council move second reading of bylaw 2022-29, this being a bylaw for the purpose of amending land use bylaw number 2016-01 to redesignate plus or minus 1,557.92 acres within section 524-26 west of the 4th, section 824-26 west of the 4th, north half 924-26 west of the 4th, and south half 1724-26 west of the 4th, from agricultural general district to direct control district as shown as the attached Schedule A as amended.
Any questions or discussion? All in favor? Motion is carried.
And I'll move that council move third reading of bylaw 2022-29, this being a bylaw for the purpose of amending land use bylaw number 2016-01 to redesignate plus or minus 1,557.92 acres within section 52426 west of the 4th, section 82426 west of the 4th, the north half of 92426 west of the 4th, and the south half of 172426 west of the 4th, from agricultural general district to direct control district as shown on the attached Schedule A as amended.
There's a motion on the floor. Is there any question or discussion? All in favor? Motion is carried. Thank you, everybody, and thank you for everybody that attended the public hearing. Council will recess until 11 a.m. Good morning. My apologies for the delay. We'll call the meeting back to order. Good morning.
Good morning. Rachel Hansen-Beaton with Planning and Development Services. I'm presenting second and third readings for bylaw 2022-12. The landowner has proposed to close portions of 2 underdeveloped municipal road allowances to consolidate them with an adjacent parcel to be used for agricultural purposes. The first reading was held on May 3rd, 2022, and the public hearing was held on July 5th, 2022. The bylaw received approval from the Ministry of Transportation and Economic Corridors on July 10th, 2023. The property is located adjacent to the land described as the north half parcel located in Section 31, Township 22, Range 23, and west of the 4th Meridian. It is also adjacent to Siksika First Nations and approximately 900 meters northwest of the hamlet of Gleason. Page 268 shows the tentative plan with the 2 proposed areas for closure and consolidation. Area A is 1.15 hectare portion of Township Road 230, and Area B is 1.38 hectare portion of Range Road 234. Administration has no concerns with the road closures. However, an adjacent parcel located in the north half parcel located in Section 31, Township 22, Range 23, and west of the 4th Meridian currently gains access to the transportation network via an approach at the north end of Range Road 234. It is recommended that a 75-foot right-of-way strip should remain in order to accommodate access to these lands as shown. In conclusion, staff recommendation is that council approve second and third readings of bylaw 2022-12 for the purpose of closing portions of Township Road 230 and Range Road 234. MPC has the 3 standard responses found on page 263, and this concludes my presentation. I'm available for questions.
Thank you. Any questions regarding the RFD? Council's wishes.
I move the council move second reading of bylaw 2022-12, this being a bylaw for the purpose of closing portions of Township Road 230 and Range Road 234.
Thank you, Councillor Kester. Any discussion? All in favor? Motion is carried. Sorry, opposed? Motion is carried. Councillor Larson?
I'll move the council moves third reading of bylaw 2022-12, this being a bylaw for the purpose of closing portions of Township Road 23-0 and Range Road 23-4.
Thank you, Councillor Larson. Any discussion? All in favor? Motion is carried. We'll move to agenda item 2.13, or sorry, 2.14.
Good morning, Council. Tracy from Administration. I'm here to present a few amendments to the master schedule of fees. The one I can speak to is a change in what we are charging for the flag, Wheatland County flag. So we're changing that to $255, and that is the cost that we pay for the purchase of that flag. Any other changes relating to planning, I will
I'll look to planning to answer any other questions.
Thank you. Any questions regarding the RFD? Council's wishes?
Actually, I do have a question on the Wheatland County flag. Is it at any time given to like an association or a town, like hamlet?
Not that I'm aware of.
I would, through the chair, I'd say it happens very infrequently.
Okay.
Maybe 2 times a year. And then administration, if it's for a nonprofit group or something like that, will usually just donate the flag.
Thank you. With that, I'll move the first reading of the Master Schedule of Fees Bylaw 2023-19.
Thank you, Councillor Bigger. Any questions or discussion?
Sorry, I had a question for first reading, but that's fine. So there's one here, it's really hard to see with this color, but permit application refundable deposit, new dwelling just for Lakes and Muirfield. I think that should be for all development within the hamlets. It's a $25,000 deposit. What it's for is, or should I have staff speak to it? Because I know what it's for.
Good morning, through the Reeves Councillor Klassen. The fees for the single-family dwelling was to protect infrastructure, the municipal infrastructure for curb stops, sidewalks, any damage to the streets. They're also to come in and street sweep when they're done, any debris that they've left, it's to get in compliance for cleanup, or any damage to adjacent properties. And it's refundable once we verify that there's no damage.
I think it's really important that we do this for all the hamlets because it doesn't take long for a heavy piece of equipment to come in and break multiple flags of sidewalk and or replace a valve. And I think all the fees were quite cheap. And to have a contractor come out to do a sidewalk, it's very expensive. And this is always, if there's no damage, you get your deposit back. It's very similar. So can I make an amendment then?
Let's just let administration speak to that first, and then absolutely we can entertain an amendment.
Yes, just for clarity, when the inspections occur, the builder has an opportunity to correct the deficiencies rather than us doing it and taking monies from the securities and then the full refund. It works very similar to any development agreement that we work with other developments that post securities with the county.
Could administration clarify securities that might be currently collected for development in other hamlets outside of Lakes of Muirfield that would mitigate the same issues, or not all of the same issues because we don't have the same architectural controls in all of our hamlets that they would have in Lakes of Muirfield, but the concerns around damage to hamlet infrastructure with development? Is there a way to are we currently collecting securities that would mitigate that?
Through the Reeved Council, no, we are not. And so any damage that occurs is if it's caught in time, whether it's to the water lines, the sanitary sewer lines, sometimes it's at the cost of the county, particularly for road damage and sidewalk damage. And it's just going out and getting evidence prior to the construction to show the state of the sidewalk or streets as well, and then at the end of construction.
So just a comment related to your statement. I agree with you. My preference might be that we approve this today, and then if administration might be able to bring back some comparables for other similar rural municipalities and what they do for hamlet development. Not saying that we couldn't maintain this for Lakes of Muirfield because there are some unique considerations there in terms of architectural controls, but for a baseline security for all building in the hamlets to mitigate, I appreciate the concerns you're raising, and I think we need to mitigate that. But I also know from hearing from ratepayers in Lakes of Muirfield, they would appreciate if the continuity in this being collected since the county has taken over. But I wouldn't mind just some background contextual information on a broader user fee. Would you contemplate perhaps a second motion following council's considerations of the readings of Master Schedule of Fees? And then once we have that kind of context, we could consider an additional fee.
So that would require going through the bylaw again. in addition. And I think it's important that we get this passed today so we can, the ongoing development, we can get existing going, which I have no problem with that. Because yes, some of the hamlets don't have the existing, like the arc controls and stuff. Maybe the cost would be separate for that. But it is important that we protect our infrastructure because a lot of these places are far away from eyes, and we get out there firsthand, see what's there, go after the fact, and then if there's no damage and they're good developers, no problems.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. Councillor Laprise.
I say that I agree with Reeve that maybe further study just to make sure that the amount that we're charging isn't prohibitive, that isn't going to prevent developers from developing in other areas of the county that maybe we look to them to be more affordable.
Councillor Kester.
I got hamlets that don't have any county infrastructure. I got hamlets that got county infrastructure, but they would never back over it because it's on the other side of the lot. It's not applicable to all parts of the hamlets.
Yeah, good point, Councillor Kester.
Yeah, it'll be a hardship for some of them.
Yeah, I appreciate both points. Councillor Kester, that's a good point, and Councillor Laprise, the point around the deterrent, that was why I was raising the question of doing some comparison analysis and recognize even that the scale of development or property values could be very distinct, as well as Councillor Kester pointed out, the risk to county-owned infrastructure. We would likely have roads or things like that in each hamlet, but certainly the scale of risk is different in different hamlets. Of course.
Yeah, great discussions. Yeah, if there's no infrastructure there in the first place, well, we need it. If it's only a sidewalk and there's no water line, if there's water, we could definitely break it up. But yeah, I think that should be very important to bring that back after. And I will make a motion to such.
That'd be perfect.
After we approve this, if we approve this, I should say.
Absolutely. Any further questions or discussion on first reading of the master schedule of fees bylaw? All in favor? Motion is carried.
I'll move second reading bylaw 2023-19.
Any questions or discussion? All in favor? Motion is carried.
I'll move that council grant permission for full third and final reading of bylaw 2023-19.
Any questions or discussion? All in favor? Motion is carried unanimously.
And I'll move that council approve third and final reading of bylaw 2023-19.
Thank you, Councillor Laprise. Any questions or discussion? All in favor? Motion is carried.
Upon discussion, I'd like to make a motion that administration review development bonds for all hamlets within Wheatland County, or reviewing the infrastructure levels and bonds, applicable bonds, and also review other areas, or I guess other hamlets in the area, to see if it's similar.
Perfect. Is everybody clear on the motion? That's good. Any questions or discussion? All in favor? Motion is carried. No, I genuinely appreciate you raising that issue. I think it is an important thing to flag, and yep. No, I appreciate that. Let's move to agenda item 2.41, streetlights at Highway 24 in Speargrass. Councillor Baker.
Yes, I've had phone calls and emails sent to me about, so they've done the realignment, and the province did not put streetlights at the intersection of 24 and Speargrass. So I'd like to, bring this forward, have a discussion on, because this is our road, I take it this would be our responsibility, or to ask for the province to help with the, if they could financially support us in any way of putting lights at that intersection. I don't really know the process, but I guess if anybody has any questions, it is, I mean, I looked at all the other intersections and into the hamlets, there are lights into it. So I don't know. I guess it's not a province. It's not up to the province. Maybe it is up to the county. I don't know the ruling on that, actually.
Can administration speak to the jurisdiction at that intersection, or if we need to seek clarity, there could be a motion directing administration to bring back an RFD with potential costs and jurisdictional considerations?
Yes, and what we'll do is we'll maybe bring back a report to council, just with all the
and the
nuances
cost
and the cost. Yes,
that'd be great.
Councillor Bigger, perhaps a
motion?
Yeah.
I'll move that staff bring back a report on putting lights at the intersection of Highway 24 and the Speargrass Boulevard, with costs included and any other options of financing through the province.
Any questions on the motion? Deputy Reeve Clausen.
Clarification on lights, please. Is it illumination or are you talking street lights?
No,
'Cause
illumination.
I'm pretty sure I know what you're talking.
Illumination, sorry.
Well, that's a
don't
big
need-
difference. Yeah.
We don't need any streetlights.
Yeah, I just want to make sure people are aware of that in that motion because that is a huge difference.
We just need it lit up.
Yeah,
Sorry.
illumination would be the word.
Illumination, thank you.
Street lights meaning green, yellow, red.
No,
No, what you're talking about, just,
lighting up the intersection.
yeah.
Very,
Yeah.
very
Sorry.
important to clarify.
Sorry. Big difference in cost.
What are you,
No, I just want to make
explain
sure.
the delineation for me, because maybe I'm learning something.
So illumination of an intersection is lighting, so you can see it, in dusk.
We call it
Things like-
streetlights, though.
Every intersection, major intersection has that. Whereas, green, yellow, traffic control
okay.
device is
Not-
something
It's
different.
not traffic control.
Streetlights are a general term, so, yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
My question also is, do we not have the same thing at 22X and 817, and did that get done? Because I remember we had a motion.
That's done.
Done? Okay.
And it's done at 24 and 817, both in 901.
Could we have a review on that? Did we pay for that?
No, that was the province.
It was done
So
as
that's
part of the
important to know.
realignment.
So I think this is just as important. It'd be a great thing to bring up to the ministry too. Yeah. Should it be done? That's a very what's a good intersection now, great line of sight, but to not have it illuminated is kind of bizarre.
Yeah, the only one that's not illuminated is the one turning into Speargrass. Speargrass Boulevard.
Oh, just Speargrass, not the intersection at 817.
No, it is lit up.
Oh, okay.
It's just the one
I see what you're
at
saying.
Carsland and Speargrass. Sorry, because I didn't explain that very well.
Is 20, Carsland and 24, is that lit?
Yes.
Like, that's lit, so right across, like,
Yep.
the one that going straight across to the fire hall?
Going into Carsland is
Yeah,
lit up.
yeah, okay.
Perhaps, would you consider an amendment as well, just for administration to reach out to AT in case it's a planned part of the completion and just not done yet? Okay. Okay. Just to confirm, because it's been an iterative completion.
Yeah, for extra finances, if Alberta Transportation would consider with any of the costs.
Yeah, and I think just important to confirm it's not part of the plan and just not complete yet, just in case. Yeah, that's perfect.
I do believe that it's not, but
Okay, perfect.
we could confirm that.
Any questions or discussion on Councillor Bigger's motion? All in favor? Motion is carried. Thank you for bringing that forward. Let's move to agenda item 2.42.
Good morning, Council. Brian from Administration. On page 311 of your agenda package is the Council Resolution Tracker Report. On page 314 of your report is the actual resolution tracker itself. So this report is just to bring council up to speed on administration's follow-up on council resolutions. Anything in yellow is still ongoing. Anything in green is deemed complete. If there are any questions about the resolutions, please let me know. Thank you.
Thank you, CAO Henderson. Any questions? Councillor Brigger.
I have a question on the Carsland Old Fire Hall in town. It was listed, not listed, now listed?
It is sold now.
Oh, it's sold?
Yes, it did. I should have put that in my report as well.
Okay.
So the Carsland Fire Hall is sold. There was another question actually about the Mercantile building itself. So the Mercantile building is still subject to land use land use amendment to split out the additional land from that building. We have been in contact with some developers as well to see if anyone's looking to kind of take over that the Lakes Muirfield subdivision development as well, the additional lands that the county owns. And then as for the Clooney Fire Hall, that one's just listed for sale, and that one's still ongoing.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions?
When will the land use change be coming for Mercantile?
The first reading will be at the first meeting in September, and then the public hearing will be scheduled, and then the subdivision will occur immediately thereafter.
I thought we'd done that, but it was probably the rec part that we did.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Any other questions regarding the tracker? Council's wishes.
I move that council accept the council resolution tracker dated August 15th, 2023 as information.
Thank you, Councillor Laprise. Any discussion? All in favor? Motion is carried. Move to agenda item 2.43.
Yes, good morning, Council. Brian from Administration. So this report has the enhancing home care services for rural residents in Alberta. As Council may recall, you passed a resolution in April to direct administration to prepare this for Council's consideration. So administration did take an attempt at the first draft for Council's consideration. The document that was mainly referenced in the report was one from MNP that I believe was completed in 2021. It's referenced in the actual resolution itself. And that was just about Alberta healthcare services, improving the quality of life for residents in facility-based continuing care. So the process for this resolution, I took all the information that I had, information that was provided by council, and then I did the rough draft, and I provided this draft to RMA staff, and RMA staff also provided their input on it as well, just to make sure it met the criteria of what the CRMA resolution committee would be looking for. Just for council's information as well, just for the timelines of the resolution itself. So the deadline for the CRMA resolution committee is on September 6th or 7th. I believe I had it in the report on the 7th, and I think I reread another line and it was the 6th. So that does give council another opportunity for, if council does not wish to approve this resolution today, to provide administration input on the resolution itself, and administration can integrate that input and bring it back to the September 5th meeting. So, and then also as well, council should instruct either the REEV or CIO to take this resolution and also get endorsement from another CRMA municipality to get it onto the floor of the CRMA for the zone consideration. If there are any questions or input regarding the resolution, administration is welcome to it. Thank you.
Any questions or discussion? Councillor Kester.
Personally, I don't think there's a problem with the quality of the home care in rural. I think the problem is the mileage to get the time it takes to get to and that mileage time, traveling time is deducted from the care time. The mileage time should be a different expense than the care time. Because some people are allotted 2 hours a week, and the person's there for 15 minutes. That's the problem. It's the traveling time. And traveling, I don't see in there at all. You can kind of read between the lines and see that we want it enhanced, but that's how we would enhance it. So if we could work traveling time, say a separate fund, or what, I don't know what would be appropriate. Because you got to remember the rural home care is just a small part of the total home care in the province, and you don't want to add on extra. But in the same sense, traveling time in Strathmore, there is no traveling time because they'll park here and they can walk, or even if they drive within, I think it's a half a mile or a quarter of a mile, they don't get paid for mileage, even though they are driving. So that makes sense. But in the country, nobody lives that close. So we have to work in the mileage. It's the mileage is our big kicker here.
So perhaps administration could explore that. I did try and find details documented around home care, how it's implemented. I couldn't find a lot publicly facing around exactly how the programming works, but perhaps if we could direct administration to reach out to, I believe the publicly funded home care, and please correct me if I understand incorrectly, is funded through AHS, and then at times AHS will subcontract to other providers. Several home care nurses I spoke to said that things did change several years ago where mileage was provided for home care, where I think there may still be a disparity in rural Alberta might be for palliative home care. One of the nurses I spoke to thought that may not have changed. And so I think if we can just seek clarity around the current allocation and if rural is provided, because that is critical from an equity perspective and for providing sufficient home care in rural Alberta. If it is the case that they're not compensated for essentially their time or mileage, I'm not sure how it's structured, but if we could get clarity on that. And as well, just to ensure that when we're clarifying that we're addressing the different types of home care and the different sort of allocation models. And if it's differentiated for palliative, I think we should specifically address that as well. It might be good to reach out through the Hospice Society board to find out, they may have a subject matter expert. I'm thinking Dr. McNeely may have intimate understanding of the home care for palliative patients. And then as well, if we could reach out perhaps through AHS just to find out what the funding model looks like for rural. If it's an issue administration could, I might suggest we not approve this today. We can seek that clarity, and then administration could bring an amendment back based on what they determine from their research. Would that satisfy Councillor Kester?
Just so everyone knows.
Yeah, for sure. No, I appreciate that. And I do recall that from our discussion. And I also noted it wasn't integrated, and I started trying to dig. And Deputy Reeve Clausen.
So the way the motion reads, I'm okay with it because it leaves it open a little bit. And yes, mileage is definitely one of the issues that I've heard lots, but this is also going to the central RMA, which is, we're going to hear the same thing from everybody, but there may be something else that they want to add to with it. And that if you have it solely focused on one thing, they could of course change it at that level too. But I think to leave it a little bit open, but I think everybody in the back of their minds knows this is definitely the problem. And yes, to get that history as to what the framework actually is, how the formula works, we would be great to know that. But I wouldn't have a problem pushing this forward right now, and then keeping all that stuff in mind, because it's all in there. It's just not focused on that. If that makes sense.
Yeah, and I see your point. And I think we want to keep some of the high level nature of the therefore be it resolved. But I think if there are specific rural considerations, I think it is good to identify those in the resolution, because then when RMA is advocating, it just gives that very specific context in terms of where the disparity is potentially for rural Alberta. And we do have that opportunity to give the couple of weeks to administration, bring it back. Councillor Laprise and then Councillor Lawerson.
So I was thinking the exact same thing, that really it's not that the care is insufficient, but so I had made some edits that I was going to suggest, and that maybe the last whereas we could say the current funding model for home care service in rural Alberta is insufficient. That was one suggestion. I don't know if that completely, but anyways, I had a bunch of other edits, but I don't know if we want to go into it if we're going to do kind of a rewrite.
What could happen is you could pass those on to administration and they could integrate them in for council's consideration at our first meeting in September. Councillor Lawerson?
Yeah, I would think that'd be the place to do it, but I can tell you from experience, having gone through this, that the problem is the mileage when you live, particularly in our end, and there's a lot of other counties in this province that will have people just as far away as us. So I think let's get it right, and the less edits, I think that when it gets to the RMA, the better. So I would suggest that we do that rather than passing it today.
Councillor Kester?
I would suggest 2 revenue streams for home care, one for mileage and one for services rendered. Then it would be across the board.
Through the chair, in my discussions with RMA, one thing that they noted that was important in the actual resolution itself was to kind of leave it open, just to identify the problem, not necessarily come up with the solution. So the solution would come from that board level or the advocacy level to kind of get this problem solved. So I definitely, of course, no problems integrating council's edits. I think it's just important to note that that was the guidance provided to me by RMA. Thank you.
Yeah, and I think that is important, being part of the advocacy for these motions when they are very, very specific. If we get a no from from whatever ministry is relevant, it can be very challenging to continue advocating. Whereas if, as CAO Henderson said, if you keep the therefore be it resolved more general, it can be more conducive to finding solutions with the ministry. But I think it's also important if there are some specific contextual details, and particularly for RMA, if they impact rural disproportionately to our urban municipalities and communities, it is important to identify those. But we also want to just make sure that we are, if we're putting it in, that it is the current model and that we're accurate. But it is important to have that identified as part of the issue. So does administration, Councillor Eichert first.
I'm just like, I just want, I like the resolution. I think that there's several different ways that this can be solved, in the fact that AHS or whoever does the lays out what kind of care you need, like, and if it's, and then they could just, with the stroke of a pen, just say, well, if it's from Strathmore, if you need 2 hours of care out in Chancellor, it's X, as opposed to, you're needing 2 hours of care, whereupon then they can just automatically fund in the time that, so they can just make it, like, we don't have to have, there's several ways you could do this, just as long as whatever the amount of care that is required is actually being used, and it's not being used in traveling to get that care. And that's, then that's the fairness I'm looking for in this.
Excellent.
Could it not be just as simple as a whereas, travel, like, find out what the process is, whereas, and then explain the process the way it is now, and just say that's not the way it's not working well?
100%.
You know what I mean?
And I think that's what I'm hearing consensus around that we'll just have administration verify current state, and then we can integrate that, like you said, into a whereas, leave the therefore be it resolved open to Councillor Laprice's amendments, but leave the request open. But if there are those specific considerations, integrate that. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, if it's part of the problem, 100%. Deputy Reeve Claus and then Councillor Kester.
Just a question, this kind of just popped in my head. So if you are out in a rural area and someone's coming in and the mileage is not part of it, do you have the option of paying that mileage to that person so they can spend time? No? Because I know lots of people,
Time
would-
is the time.
lots of people would pay for it just through the mileage, just to get the
Try-
care.
Tried that, doesn't work that way.
That's why I asked, like, that's something that,
There is private home care,
but I
Yeah.
mean, if,
but
but
not
if you can pay.
hybrid.
Yeah, like that would be a lot of people would do it because it could be a symbol, a tax write-off in the future and, you know, as a business or, you know, like,
Yeah, there is private home care where you
Yeah,
can
but
pay.
interesting.
And that's exactly what happened.
Councillor Kester, then
Oh,
Councillor
right.
Iverson, sorry.
I was just going to answer his though.
Okay.
Oh, then we can go there first.
What we had to do is we had to hire private healthcare to do it because the AHS person came out and they were allotted their period of time. They had 15, 20 minutes and then they had to leave to get back because what happens is they've got another appointment scheduled after that one and they've got to keep all this in order. So the only option really is private care and that's expensive too.
Councillor Kester.
Yeah, you mentioned hospice care. That's another kettle of fish. I believe right now, maybe I think it's $10,000. You can apply for a grant if you're going to stay at home for hospice care. It doesn't last very long. I'm thinking that's be a separate motion, like the government. They have money for a lot of things, but they don't have money for dying, right? And I think that would be a worthy motion to do, but I don't think we have enough time before the next meeting to get it done. I could ask the hospice board to, maybe we could craft up a motion for the spring convention if the council wants. Because it's a costly thing. And it's not so easy to stay at home when the care gets more.
So a resolution was shared with me, which I'll circulate with council, by a councillor from Clearwater County who had been in conversations with the town of Rocky Mountain House. And the town of Rocky Mountain House has drafted a resolution which will be going to Alberta municipalities in September for their convention around a sustainable operational funding model for hospice. So I'll circulate that. I'll seek clarity on if Clearwater County is bringing this forward for RMA to concurrently advocate with Alberta municipalities. At times that's particularly effective when you have both the rural and the urban voices uniting in advocacy. If Clearwater County is not bringing it forward, perhaps the hospice board or association could review and see if it's something we want to contemplate. The framework is here. Historically, there's been pretty good goodwill in terms of sharing resolutions that have been drafted by other municipalities to advance that cause. So I'll circulate that to council this afternoon, and I'll seek clarity from Clearwater whether they'll be bringing it for. I believe they're going to be bringing it forward, but if they're not, then we could contemplate a motion to second that motion or that resolution if they're bringing it forward. And as well, Clearwater County did express through our discussions, I shared that we were bringing a home care or potentially bringing a home care resolution forward. And they expressed a potential interest in seconding that motion as well. And they were appreciative that we were bringing that forward. So I'll do that this afternoon. Question to administration, would you prefer a motion directing just the further analysis of the current funding model, or is that just something you could follow up on?
Council should pass a resolution for administration to do that.
I can make a motion to direct administration to conduct further research as to the current state funding models for home care services in rural.
And if I may, would you consider and integrate any disparity for rural home care provision into the draft resolution and bring it back to our next council meeting?
Yeah.
And then as well, we'll just open to council if anybody has any revisions, if you could submit them to administration and they can be brought forward for council consideration. Councillor Kester.
It's not really a disparity. We're treated the same as they're treated in town. It's just that we live so far away.
I think it creates a disparity based on the reality of our
distance.
location. Yep.
Right.
Exactly.
It's not a disparity on their funding or anything.
Totally. It gets into that, like, equity doesn't always mean equal, right?
Yeah, yeah, so.
Yeah, and it's an important differentiation, but I think by making it equal, if that's the case, then it's creating an equity issue for rural residents. Any other questions or discussion on the motion? All in favor? Motion is carried. We'll move to agenda item 2.44.
Yes, good morning, Council. Brian from administration again. This is just a follow-up for the Watch Clerk Funding Joint Advocacy Letter. We did reach out to both Rockview County and the town of Strathmore, and at this time, neither municipality are interested in signing that joint advocacy letter. So administration did want to follow up with council and just inform them of their position. So what administration has done is we did provide another draft advocacy letter, just if council was just interested in doing it still. So what we did was we just removed anything regarding the other two municipalities and just put a draft letter in there for council potential consideration. If council would be required to pass another resolution if they would like us to bring this forward as a singular municipality. If there are any questions, please let me know. Thank you.
Thank you. Council's wishes.
Were there any reasons given why they wouldn't sign on for an advocacy? Like, I mean, I think it would be saving the municipalities money. I'm curious.
So we did receive a written response from the town. I can't recall exactly the content of that, but yeah, sorry, I can't really comment on that. I just have to pull the email up. I could forward it to council for sure. And as for Rockview County, it was just a verbal response.
From our council's perspective, I think it's very important that we go forward without the other support because we have so many departments here, and if they all ask for watch clerks, which could happen because it is successful, but it's also heavily funded by the municipalities, and it's just another downloading that we've, it increases a service that is a federal responsibility. Does that make sense? And that really upsets me because we are helping their service on a taxpayer's dime that we pay tax on, that we get tax back. It's just, yeah.
But part of that is the fact that the provincial government is now charging us, what, $850,000 a year for RCMP services? Yeah, so, I mean, I believe that the letter should be sent just to find out what they are supplying us for this money they're charging us, that we are taking from our tax.
And can I discuss talking to like other municipalities that like RMA and stuff? There's not a lot of places that do this. Like it seems like it's kind of focused around here. Like we might, a resolution going forward, we might get a lot of, or advocacy letter. We'll get support because people might not even know that there's a lot of municipalities that do this. And it will get copied and pasted in an RCMP thing. Well, this is an option you can do, and it works here, but it's going to backfire and it's going to cost our taxpayers directly money. So, yeah, I'm all for continuing whether or not we have support from the others.
Any other questions or discussion?
We maybe don't have support for putting this forward, but would there be anything wrong with, because they know we're going to put this forward, that maybe we CC them on the response?
That's a good idea. Any other questions or discussion? Council's wishes.
I'll move that council accept the Watch Clerk Funding Joint Advocacy Letter follow-up report and direct administration to send it. Is that what you were looking for? Sorry. Or
Perhaps two resolutions.
Oh, two. Okay.
The first one just being accept this report as information, and then the second one, if council desires to send the letter. Thank you.
So my resolution is to accept as information.
Any questions or discussion? All in favor? Motion is carried.
I'll
Councillor
move.
Larson?
Okay.
I'll move that council direct administration to send the letter to Minister Ellis on behalf of the county. Was Minister Ellis, right? I'm just pulling that out of my head.
You bet.
I better look it up.
You bet.
Okay.
Any questions or discussion? If we have an amended letter, do you need the motion to include my signature?
I think it would be fairly clear.
Perfect.
It's the letter has your signature on, or space for signature anyways, so I think that would be
And we already had a motion approving it, just we've amended the letter slightly, but we've all reviewed it and
Yeah.
perfect. As long as the motion's clear, that's great. Any questions or discussion? All in favor? Motion is carried. Okay. Lunch is here. Do we want to try and get through one more, or do you guys want to break? Councils,
Let's go one more.
does anyone object to going one more? Oh, upping the ante. Let's move to agenda item 2.45.
Yes, good morning, Council. Brian again from administration. On page 332 of your agenda package is a WFCSS funding request. There was information sent over by the CAO of the WFCSS, which has been included in your package for your consideration. And there was also just a minor amendment for the operational expenditure that was required to increase for 2023. The amount is very minor in the just in our overall budget, and administration would recommend approval of that additional expenditure. If there's any questions about the reports or funding amount, please let me know. Thank you.
Council's wishes.
I move that council accept WFCSS funding request as information.
Any question or discussion? All in favor? Motion is carried.
And I'll move that council approves the additional 2023 operational funding expenditure request of $1,874.46 to the WFCSS.
Any questions or discussion on the motion? All in favor? Motion is carried. Do you guys want to do one more? We're going to break until 1 o'clock, just for ease of starting the 1 o'clock appointment with MLA DeYoung. She told me it's DeYoung, but I could be wrong. We can clarify. Do you guys want to do property tax statistics, or would you like a break?
We can do that one.
Okay, let's move to agenda item 2.46. Joel will be glad that we jumped into this.
waiting.
He doesn't have to come back. Maybe, I haven't looked. Oh no, he'll have to come back anyways.
Morning, council, or good lunchtime, council. Zoom in here a little bit. Yeah, I'll go over this quickly. So similar to last year, what we've done is done some analysis of the outstanding taxes as of June 30th, which is our initial tax deadline for the year. I'll just walk through the report briefly. We did take one consideration. I think it was a comment from Councillor Kester last year, which was really good on kind of breaking out some of the details in terms of the tips, payments, and things like that of people who maybe haven't paid the actual cash owing on their tax roll, but they're within a program that wouldn't otherwise show them as deemed late in the same way. So what we've started this, and this is a similar table to last year, is we show our overall tax, gross tax levy for the year, and we break that down by the levy type, by the different property types and property categories. And then we've shown the outstanding balance as of June 30th, which is the $13.1 million. And then we included the second table this year, which essentially breaks out that $13.1 million into the three different categories. One of them being the estimated tips values that are remaining for the rest of the year. The assessment changes, which was fairly immaterial for this year, but it can come into play in future years if a property gets reassessed prior to the property tax deadline. Their due date for their payment can be extended a little bit later than June 30th. So we wanted to account for that as well. And then the remaining $5 million would be kind of a picture of the true uncollected values of people who aren't under a TIPS program and would likely be deemed late at that point. So this is a similar graph that we went last year. What we showed last year was just like the blue bars, which is essentially the total uncollected tax, which would have included the TIPS values and everything in the prior year. So the better metric in this case is we included the orange bars in this case, which pulled out the TIPS payments to show kind of a better picture of the truly uncollected values as of June 30th from year to year. And so you can see the trend on that is actually favorable in a sense. And it's not surprising in that because we also see a kind of a corresponding increase in TIPS applications across years as well. We have more TIPS payees in this current year than we have in prior years. So we would expect that to also drop in corresponding, or I guess an inverse relationship with increased TIP applications. And then also what we pointed out in the report, another favorable aspect in terms of our oil and gas sector was a decrease in their outstanding value from, it was around 6.9 million last year, and it's about 6.1 million. But then on top of that 6.1 million, there's actually a substantial portion of that which are under the TIPS program itself. So that you could, I guess, remove that from there if you wanted to as well. So that's also a favorable trend compared to last year. Staff are available for any questions if you have any.
Any questions regarding the report?
Just a question on 2022, there's 14.7% at the same time. Of that 14.7%, how much of it actually remained uncollected at the end of the year? Like, is there a concern that the 14.7%?
Sorry, through the chair, as in what the 2022 taxes that were outstanding as of December 31st of 2022?
Right, exactly.
Yeah, and we can certainly go back and review that aspect. This was just a picture as of June 30th.
Like 14.7% is a big number. But if you're going to tell me that by December 31st, that's down to like 1 or 2%, then you know, that's not that big of a deal, right? Like, it looks like a big number now, but if last year that number went from 14.7% down to, you know, 1 or 2%, then that's less concerning.
Yeah, through the chair, that's certainly something we can add to come back with some more analysis on what those June 30th values look like at the end of the year, and even include that kind of in this same graph.
Thank you.
Yes, and just to supplement Joel's comments on that one, a great spot to look for that, like just the trending year over year, would be the audited financial statement. And our auditor would flag that to us if they had a concern, a significant concern about the amount of uncollected that's going up year over year. One great thing that the province did was that they implemented the regulations through AER, I believe it was, for uncollected oil and gas taxes, so that we do reporting to them on a quarterly basis now with any oil and gas companies that are in tax agreements to pay unpaid taxes. So, but we will definitely get some more information on that one. But if you're ever really looking, if you're kind of bored on a Saturday or something, head to our website and check out our audited financial statements. They're all posted probably back to like 2010 or something like that. So, perfect. Thank you.
Any other questions regarding the report?
It's a $7 difference in your numbers.
Sorry, Councillor Larson.
I'm just teasing Joel.
Okay.
There's a $7 difference in his numbers. I had to just point that out.
Ah. Rounding with.
Yeah, I'm sure it's an
millions of dollars.
thing or something.
Absolutely.
Certainly when you're rounding with $40 million, it can happen.
Deputy Reeve Clausen.
Make the motion that council accepts the 2023 property tax statistics report as information.
Any questions or discussion? All in favor? Motion is carried. Council will recess until 1 p.m. Thanks, everybody. Good afternoon. We'll call the meeting back to order. My apologies for being delayed again. We were engaged in a great conversation with the MLA who represents Chestermere Strathmore. I'd like to welcome MLA Chantal, and we were having a debate. De Jong? I said that you had told me that's how it was pronounced, but then I'm like, I better confirm. I'd like to welcome MLA De Jong. I don't know if you noticed the map in our conference room there, but we do have the ridings delineated out. So we have 4 MLAs that represent Wheatland County. You definitely have a substantive part of Wheatland, as does Speaker Cooper. MLA Joseph Schau represents actually part of where I live, part of Wheatland County. And then MLA Angela Pitt has just quite a small portion up in the northwest region of Wheatland County. So welcome. I know we're all, I believe I can speak on behalf of council, how grateful we are that you've taken the time to meet with our council and to just hear some of the issues that we experience from a municipal perspective. We're really grateful that you've taken the time, and we're excited to have you representing us in the legislature. So I'll open the floor if you have any questions or anything that we can, if there's perspectives we can provide you that can help you represent our region, and then we can open it up if council has any questions following that.
I think, first of all, thank you for having me here. I appreciate that. I think a continuation of earlier conversation with the pause on renewables would be helpful in order for me to bring these perspectives forward, not only to the rest of caucus, but also to the minister as his parliamentary secretary. So if you're able to continue to provide me with the perspective of local developers and landowners, as well as yourselves, that I can bring that forward to the ministry, that would be incredibly helpful. I think that's, you know, as well as an update as to what Wheatland is working on, what they're excited about right now, and how the province can better support them. That specifically would be helpful and valuable for me to hear from you guys.
So Wheatland County has kind of an interesting history with renewable energy, I would say. There have been projects, particularly more in the north and eastern part of Wheatland County, that have involved a lot of wind generation projects. I don't know when those started. Like the first one would have gone in 10 years ago, 15 years ago, 15. And then there's been expansion of those projects. So we had Wheatland Wind Project started their project last year. And then in more recent times, we have had some solar installations that have been approved by the AUC in the county. We have East Strathmore, there's the Gleason development. More recently, the Nova solar development by Carsland. That was the 1,280 acre solar installation near Carsland that was just approved by the AUC, or partially approved. I think there was a transmission piece that was not approved. But the solar installation was approved. That installation in particular is on Class 2 soil. And so I have heard some concerns from ratepayers about that, about taking that agricultural land out of use. And part of it is, I think, just an understanding for our landowners. I certainly agree with the province in defending landowner rights and having those agricultural producers having that autonomy and that freedom to do what they see fit with their land. And I know I've talked to, and probably colleagues around the table have talked to producers, that a renewable project might be the ticket to the next generation farming that land. And so we want, them to have those options. But we've also had discussions in council around ensuring that our landowners are educated and understand the potential consequences of those lease agreements for renewable projects. As it stands, our council has identified some concerns around the lack of securities. So while the reclamation standards are there, without those securities being held, the enforcement of that reclamation could be very challenging. And we can foresee a future where not only does that become a potential landowner challenge, but could potentially become a municipal challenge if, if there's such substantive abandoned renewable energy development on a piece of land that it were to be abandoned, then that can become a municipal challenge. I've heard concerns around everything from salinity issues to erosion, to reduction of biodiversity and soil health for those renewable installations. Those are some of the things that we're hoping to see addressed while the government has the pause on the development and while you're reviewing the current policy framework. My hope is that we can exit this review with some of the strongest policy globally. We already have one of the strongest energy, both traditional and renewable, in the world, and we want to see that continue, but it must continue within a strong policy framework that protects agriculture and, all of those considerations. The other distinct consideration we've experienced here is around MGA Section 619, and that's the provision where not just the AUC would be the quasi-judicial body that would make the determinations for renewable applications, but any quasi-judicial, there's a number of acronyms, AER, AUC, NRCB, where they would override municipal land use planning jurisdiction through that, and an AUC or other quasi-judicial body's decision would prevail over any of even our statutory plans, which are typically fairly weighty in terms of land use planning. That's created challenges in a couple of different ways. Part of it is just managing expectations. So there is still a municipal piece to the development approvals, but because our jurisdiction is quite limited, it can create challenges in terms of ratepayers and ratepayers anticipating us to address more than we have jurisdiction because of Section 619 to address. I did have conversations even with a former colleague who'd sat on council for 30 years, and at times he wanted it just taken out of municipal jurisdiction, somewhat like you might see with NRCB or like other energy developments, where the regulator would just make the approval and you wouldn't even need any local land use authorizations. I do think there's some merit in us having some oversight over, say, our transportation networks, for example, in terms of local approvals. So we've heard definitely mixed things about it, but I think it's an opportunity for us to emerge on the other side with a strong policy framework. And our hope is that your government will consider some of the concerns that we have had, and that we learn from some of what we've experienced with abandoned oil and gas and those types of things, and mitigate those risks for our kids and our grandkids and future Albertans. And then I guess in terms of another thing, and we didn't quite get to here, but we appreciate your work on the affordabilities piece for utilities as well. And it a little bit segues into your other question about what we're excited about. We're certainly excited about the investment attraction and the interest in development in Wheatland County. One key economic driver that I do hear from potential investors is the cost of energy. And I've been kind of joking lately that the Alberta advantage is obviously people. We have, innovative, incredibly hardworking. There's no question people are the Alberta advantage, but the other very pragmatic and very real Alberta advantage has been the cost of energy. And we're seeing that be eroded, as you were mentioning at lunch, by some factors that are certainly outside of our provincial government's control. But I agree with you that we need to do everything that we can that is within our control to mitigate both the unpredictability, but also the escalating prices for energy. I think we have to be careful that we don't trying to be diplomatic. I think we have to be pragmatic when we're looking at our energy supply and those types of things. So, and that directly plays into some of our priorities that we have identified here. Wheatland County has always been substantially an agricultural municipality, and we want to do everything that we can to be able to continue to support that into the future. Agricultural taxation is also highly regulated. And there's rationales behind that. But with that, even though the vast majority of our land base is agricultural, it doesn't generate as significant of a tax revenue stream as other types of development. Currently, about 60% of our revenue is from oil and gas. And there's been there's both global and federal pressures that are eroding that. And I think it was in 2019 when the province did the assessment model review, 2019, I think. And we had several models presented to us of what that could look like. I think there was a lot of engagement with industry, which is important as well, that we have a strong industry. But one of those models would have seen a 19% reduction in our overall revenue for the county, which to continue to maintain our infrastructure and our transportation network would be very challenging. I don't know if you can imagine the provincial budget just suddenly being 81% if it was what it was yesterday with the stroke of a pen. But we still would be responsible for those 2,700 kilometers of road and hundreds of bridges and utilities that we provide in our hamlets and all of the services that we provide around emergency management and recreation and to circle back to agriculture. There have been reductions historically by the province in terms of support for agriculture, different programs. And so the county has tried to do what we can to continue to support or even to strengthen our support of our agricultural producers because they are so foundational to who we are as a county, but also to the province and to our GDP and to employment opportunities within the county. So that's an ongoing focus area, and part of what drives us to diversify is that risk to the revenue in oil and gas. Trying to think of other priorities. We really try and endeavor just to be as fiscally responsible as we can while maintaining service level around some of that key infrastructure and the services that we provide. I'll open it up to if anybody wants to speak to other priority issues. There's no way I covered it all. Councillor Larson.
I think just to maybe add a couple of things to that, and I was fortunate enough to speak with Premier Smith at the Stampede about this, but AHS is a big deal, particularly for rural people and the distances that we have to put up with. The Premier's well aware of what the issues are, but I think from all of our residents' perspective, let's make that a big focus. The other thing I think you could consider, and I don't know if it would work, but you could look at alternate energy being regulated somewhat in the same manner as the licensed liability rating and the oil field waste liabilities that are already currently in place for energy sectors. Something so that we, that landowners have an assurance that when the solar company is done with their stuff or the wind company is done with their stuff, that it is, the land is properly reclaimed. And then I think the bigger one, especially for the solar panels and for the wind turbines, is there's not a good way to dispose of them. In the United States, for example, they typically end up on top of landfills because they're not conducive to being buried and stuff. And I think the sooner we can get those companies to start looking at what do they do when it hits its end of life, the better. I'm not sure how much jurisdiction you'll have on that, but it's probably something that will infect the entire province.
Yeah, thank you for that, Councillor Larson. Absolutely. Another piece just building on that too is I know some municipalities have had good luck, especially historically, helping to direct renewable development onto less productive land. I know Reeve Schneider in Vulcan County, especially early on in some of the development in Vulcan, in their county was able to direct that to, their lower class soils or you want to watch native prairie grassland as well, because that's just so important for obviously our ranching industry, but also just from an environmental and a conservation perspective. But definitely there all need to be conversations around that. And yeah, that's a good point around that framework. It could certainly be a good foundation for looking at the future and how to manage those potential liabilities.
Well, it forces them to manage their own liabilities is what it does, really. Just don't make the mistake of the orphan well program because it's not good enough. Oh, did I say that out loud?
Yeah.
Maybe something that you could take back to your colleagues around seniors housing. So we're partners with the Wheatland Housing Management Body, and we're looking to get funding to build a new seniors lodge. You were at the seniors lodge party. So my frustration with this is that we, and I imagine many other housing bodies, are spending lots of money to come up with budgets and schematics and things like that in hopes of getting funding. And I just think that if we don't get that funding, I just hate to think of the amount of money that we're spending to get there with that kind of uncertainty. And so I wonder if there couldn't be a little bit more direction from the top, or maybe some knowledge of where the priorities are for housing, for seniors, additional seniors housing facilities, so that areas around the province aren't scrambling to try and put together proposals that will ultimately be, could ultimately be denied. I think that that's a terrible waste of time and money, and I'm hopeful that our bid will be successful, but we don't know.
Yeah, and I think Councillor Laprise raises some good points. Some of the engagement around seniors affordable housing in the region has been somewhat contentious. And I can say, we don't really have a council position on this, but I completely recognize the changing demographics that we're experiencing, and that that if we're looking at sustaining current service levels, there is a need for another lodge. I don't have the data, and hopefully we can collaborate with the province to have a better understanding of the data and of service levels across the province. I would anticipate that there would be many, many communities across Alberta that would also have similar service level challenges that we do with the changing demographics. My hope is that we can find innovative ways to approach that, and it aligns with your Government Stronger Foundation action plan that's been based on that affordability housing review. We know that we need to care for our seniors, and seniors built Wheatland County, and they built this region. As much as some people think I don't care about seniors, I care deeply about seniors and vulnerable people as well. And we want them cared for. I and I know a few colleagues have shared this as well, speak to so many seniors who do want to age in place, and it's important to them that they be able to stay on the farm as long as they can, or stay in a close, a community close to the farm. There's some rural nuances there that will need to be really specifically addressed by your government. If you just went on a per capita basis, probably the cities would win every time to get funding. But we know that folks do best when they're close to home. We know the significant role in caregiving that family and friends provide, and how important that is to be close to them, to just for that to be facilitated. I care about caregiver burnout and things like that as well. I'm actually, to Councillor Laprise's points, I'm bringing forward a request for administration to draft a resolution much along those lines. I don't have exact numbers, but I think we have sunk costs of close to $1 million into multiple business cases, schematics that have been shelved, things like that. To me, we need to find a better way to address this crisis in affordable housing. At the end of the day, there's one taxpayer, and I respect that there's probably a rationale for the funding program to be I believe it was a preferential or a prioritization of I think the wording was around construction-ready projects. But as Councillor Laprise pointed out, when you have housing management bodies or affordable housing, I read that the program is open to public, private, and nonprofit, I think, applicants. You could have, you know, potentially, I don't want to overestimate, but you could certainly have hundreds of projects that are being invested in to get to a construction-ready phase, just as Councillor Laprise pointed out, in terms of needs assessments, conceptual designs, architectural drawings, schematics, those more detailed budgets, those types of things all cost money. To put it in context, and anyone from the Housing Board, please correct me, I believe this tranche of the provincial funding is $68 million. I think our ask was about 1/3 of $52 million, so about $17 million. I'm not sure it's realistic to anticipate.
Started at 7, but
I think the maximum you can ask for is 1/3, right? You guys were doing less than that? Okay. Even if it's 8, I mean, that's 12% of like the tranche to serve affordable housing, and not just for seniors, but affordable housing in general for all of Alberta. We need to find an efficient model for this. In my mind, and we were actually talking about this in Three Hills on Friday with a number of mayors and reeves from the region. We were sitting next to the Three Hills Hospital, which looks almost exactly the same as Strathmore Hospital, which looks almost the same as Canmore Hospital. I think there was about, 20 basically cookie cutter hospitals built. I have tried to find data on if there were efficiencies through that means, and I haven't found that. You probably could. But I can't imagine there wouldn't be efficiencies found if you weren't replicating these design processes. Certainly a challenge, and it creates further challenges as well, just in terms of expectation management within the community and those types of things as well, which is challenging for all levels of government to navigate. And at the end of the day, we all want the same thing. We want our seniors served to the absolute best of our ability, but in a sustainable, thoughtful, strategic way. We also do have a resolution we were discussing this morning around home care and just how strongly we feel about increased funding for that, which I believe I've heard Premier Smith reference as well, but we still want to reinforce that. And we're just trying to clarify if there are some disparity in how that's allocated for rural community members, but that will be coming forward as well through RMA. Did you have?
Yeah, just on the, I know I've done a bit of research on this, like in the UK, schools, hospitals, that kind of stuff, there's a set of blueprints in the government, and you qualify for a certain size of a school, the school's going to look like this, right? And so you don't have all these architectural fees and all this kind of stuff. They're paid once, which was the big saving on all these hospitals that were built. The unfortunate part was I was involved in the building of the Strathmore Hospital, and the same mistakes were made in every hospital, and then they were torn down, and then because it's tough to make a change. But that was done under a really quite a tight time limit. Those hospitals were all built within 5 years of each other. So if something like that, the government would just sit down there and say, if you're coming to us for government money, and this is what we want you to build. And if you want to change the color on the outside of the building, you can do that, but that's sort of the extent of it. It would save so much. Now, the architects are going to lobby against that because they can't make any money at it, because the one company gets the job, designs the buildings, and that's the extent of it. So, if you take anything back, the fact that we can maybe centralize what our options are for building stuff like that, I think that'd be a tremendous cost saving.
Yeah, and I wouldn't even so much look at it as centralizing, but streamlining the process. You could even, I think there's a case to be made that it would reduce some of the red tape, because it is arduous for housing management bodies. I can't imagine, I guess maybe certain entities, say, I'm thinking large urban settings where you might have, larger boards or larger administrations, or and there are actually, some groups like Bethany Care or Covenant Health, or some of those groups that have that administrative capacity as well to, and don't take this in a negative way, but jump through the hoops necessary to bring a fulsome application for the grant funding. But it is challenging for housing management bodies across the province to do so. So I would almost see it as like a red tape reduction or a streamlining of the process that would actually result in, and I'm going to repeat all of this when I'm asking you for trying to convince council to support administration drafting a resolution on this. At the end of the day, I think you would see the most effective use of taxpayer dollars, and we would get more seniors housing or more affordable housing provided for vulnerable Albertans at the end of the day, because this money wouldn't be being diverted into some of these planning requirements or readiness requirements for application. The scale of that, I haven't assessed. That would be your government's in your wheelhouse, but Councillor Kester.
Don't get me wrong here, but Wheatland Housing, we have one project. We have one building. Most of the buildings that are being built in the province are the 5th, 6th, 10th of the same outfit. They know how to do the grants. They have the resources, right? It's us little guys that are left scrambling. And when we first started it, we can get seed money from CMHC. Well, they run out and they don't replate it. So we got no seed money. And then I'm hearing other management bodies that are in the same position as us, they got no cash flow. So when they do get to build, we're going to, right now, to get our next budget for CMHC, we need some more money. So we need cash flow. We need seed money. And then when we get to build, we need cash flow so we can pay the contractors, because we don't get any money from the government till the bills are paid and submitted, and then we wait. So there's a time lag all the way through. So we need better access for cash flow. I think cash flow is going to really come up and be a crunch for us if and when we get accepted, right? So I'm not so sure. When we did the water line, we were able to get it paid, but I'm thinking with the housing, according to some building groups, it doesn't work quite that well. So some seed money and cash flow money, I think, would be a huge benefit for us. The process is arduous, no doubt. Getting the different budget levels is arduous. I don't know what to say about it. It's harder for the government to make a decision who to give the money on if you don't do the work up front. And if you do the work up front, it takes money. So if the government's serious about Strathmore getting a new lodge, maybe they could provide some seed money to help us get there. I think that would show commitment on both sides. But we are getting there. We'll have our application in since Ministry of Seniors, the last week of July, named the new deadline of October 15th, I believe, for submission. I believe 2 or 3 months, maybe for submission time, and then 90 days to look at it. So it'll be Christmas time before we get an answer. Is nice. Then I think the next go around is in April. There was talk about the third and 1/3. Currently, it's $85 a door, I think, they'll fund for affordable housing. And that was the same for lodges, but lodges aren't affordable housing. Lodges are lodges. And we're trying to get that up to $225,000 a door. I'm thinking they're agreeing, but I think there was one lodge up north got it. Yeah, keep pushing for the 220 a door because of the dining room and kitchens, all the common areas, pretty much double the size of the lodge. So those are just little things.
And then I guess in response to your question around what we're excited about, in 2021, as a result of Bill 7 that your government passed that gave us the legislative authority to vary our tax rates for different types of development, Wheatland County was one of the first rural municipalities to institute a tax incentive for large investors bylaw in the county. So we do have a provision for if there's a capital investment, whether that's a new development or an expansion of an existing development in the county, anything over that $10 million CapEx makes available an agreement where a developer could enter into a tax exemption of 40% of their property taxes for the first 3 years of their operations. That is one mechanism that we have used to try and position ourselves to be competitive in terms of attracting investment into the region. We also had put in substantial work into a fulsome economic development strategy as well as a more focused investment attraction strategy. We hired our first economic development officer. We do also have a consultant who was hired to focus on, focus on hydrogen development in the county specifically. We have substantial interest in development. We recently had approvals for CGC, which is, I know you're familiar with the wallboard plant out in Councillor Bigger's, the industrial area in her division in Goldfinch Industrial. And then this morning we had a public hearing and some of the approvals for redesignation and an area concept plan for de Havilland Canada for de Havilland Field, which is looking at building a aircraft manufacturing facility in the western part of Wheatland County in our industrial park along Highway 1 in Councillor Eichert's division. That's been a key pillar in our strategic plan that council is focused on and administration has been focusing on. Part of that stems from the conversation that we were already having just around being sustainable into the future and the risk to revenue from oil and gas. We should be clear that we support oil and gas. I think everyone around this table will do everything that we can to foster that industry, but we recognize the global and federal pressures that are outside of our command, or outside of our control. So we knew that we needed to diversify the economy. We also see challenges with retaining youth in rural Alberta, creating, employment opportunities that have opportunities for advancement. And I'm very grateful that the investors that are looking at developing in the county are principled. I think I might have shared this with you already, but we had an opportunity to meet some of the employees of CGC from their Hagersville plant in Ontario. And I met folks who have worked there for over 30 years. And I met people that are third generation employees of CGC. So that really just speaks to like the integrity of potential development that is looking at coming into the county. We do have a lot of even agricultural producers that got raised this morning, actually. I can't remember, Councillor Custer maybe, or Councillor Larson. A lot of our farm families, one partner works off farm. So to have an employment opportunity where there might be benefits or, really high value jobs is incredible. And then some of the spin-offs that could come from these developments I believe will change the trajectory of rural Alberta. So we're very excited about that. We're a little bit dampened because it's also really hard. We had the public hearing this morning, and you hear from adjacent landowners who are anticipating some of the potential negative impacts of development, and that does weigh heavily on us as well. And so we have that constant challenge of trying to balance how do we mitigate, or how does the developer mitigate those impacts while still looking at some of the higher level strategic priorities that we need to address for the future. So we're excited, but it was an emotional morning hearing from those folks. We do have a really strong administrative team that I get really good feedback about how they work with potential investors. We have also worked with your government in the past to, I don't know if Minister Horner was the first one to say it, but he called it like concierge development, where we can really like work hand in hand to address potential investors' concerns, do so collaboratively. And whether that's, foreign direct investment coming into Alberta, whether it's Alberta entrepreneurs expanding or with new ideas to develop in the province, I think it's so important that we do work, shoulder to shoulder to make these things happen for Alberta. And we've been very grateful, both for the corporate tax structure that your government has maintained in Alberta, but also just for the help when there's, at times practical considerations or sometimes legislative challenges or, whatever the matter is. We've been grateful for the collaboration. And we, like the province, has been focused on like that corporate tax structure. We know we can't control development. Developers drive development, and I remind myself of that every day. But what we've been focused on is cultivating that environment that is conducive to that investment attraction. And we need to do that together with other levels of government for that to put us in the most strategic position. So we've been grateful for that. Councillor Kester.
I'd like to thank Alberta Agriculture. I believe they backstopped AFSC in the drought and writing off crops under, I believe, 14 bushel. There's lots of people taking advantage of that. It makes a big difference for not having to sell cows. Thanks again. I appreciate it. That's timely, and it targets the people that need it for sure.
Yeah, excellent point, Councillor Kester. In July, we declared an agricultural disaster. We do have variability across the county in terms of yields and the scale of the challenges that our producers have been experiencing this year, but those changes that AFSC made have certainly been critical in terms of, particularly for our ranchers, as Councillor Kester mentioned. We appreciate the timeliness and the prompt action to support those agricultural producers. The last few years have been incredibly challenging. It's such a stressful time for our agricultural producers. To balance that out, I'll offer you some good news. We also got to present, Councillor Laprise presented one of our agricultural producers this morning with our J. Laszlo Award, which is one of our environmental stewardship awards in the county that we award annually. We have incredibly innovative, progressive agricultural producers in this county, and we love having opportunities to recognize that and celebrate that. That's exciting. Councillor Kester.
We need more help, farmers. I irrigate. This year, right when the irrigation got sort of going on, we were at 30% capacity, 1/3. If you had 3 pivots, you could run 1. Or you could run 1 pivot 2 days every 10 days or something. Extremely stressful, especially on this year. We need more storage. We got some at Langdon Reservoir this year, made a big difference, but we still need more. We need more help in that regard. It seemed to come at a This spring, we had a plebiscite to increase the acres because they were becoming so efficient. And next thing that comes out of their mouth is water rationing. So it's the way it is. The river, I don't think, was in a deficit position, but it sure hurt. And I don't think anybody got a spade on the head or anything, or no fights either, but I grew up in fighting.
We're really excited and proud of your appointment to both the Alberta First Committee and for your parliamentary secretary role. One thing that, and I'm not totally clear on the delineation between ministries, so please forgive me, there will definitely be overlap between transportation and infrastructure, but to the affordable utilities piece, we are looking at doing a West Side servicing strategy. Through our work on that, we've identified multiple potential ways of providing both water and wastewater servicing to the west side of our county. There is a water line. We mentioned this at lunch, but I'll just reiterate it. There is that water line that runs from Calgary, services, goes through Chestermere, and then services Strathmore as well. We did have a preliminary meeting with Mayor Gontek, and we're very grateful for her openness to future discussions on potential utilization of that line. It was substantively funded through, I think, primarily provincial grant funding, potentially some federal as well. I believe between 90 and 92% of it was grant funding, and then the rest would have been paid for by the municipalities that are serviced. Our hope is that that might be a potential part of the servicing strategy for that west side corridor in the west side of our county. We do have water treatment at Lakes of Muirfield, which just recently was made part of our hamlet of Lyelta, in that kind of northwestern quadrant of our county. We're hopeful. There are historic agreements with the town of Strathmore, who owns the water line, that anticipated potential future access and use of that water line. So we're hopeful that we'll be able to collaborate with our municipal neighbors and make use of that tax dollar investment into that infrastructure so that it can be best utilized. And then we're also exploring innovative ways to approach the water and wastewater. And I've been grateful for some of the innovation within the province in looking at sort of different models of addressing some of those things. Water and wastewater infrastructure is extremely expensive. And I think the more innovative we can be in looking at things like, reuse, different models of addressing wastewater treatment and things like that, the better off it will be for Alberta. We know that the Calgary region has, I haven't checked this year, but 4% of the surface water for about 40% of the population of Alberta. So when Glenn says water's for fighting, when Councillor Kester says water's for fighting, our colleague Ben Armstrong always said it, and there's somebody else, I can't remember who actually originated the quote, but I like to attribute it to Ben Armstrong. Thank you. Water's for fighting and whiskey's for drinking. So we know that that is can be a constraint to development and to some of those employment creation opportunities for Alberta, and particularly this region in southern Alberta. So we need to be innovative. That's the bottom line, and support innovation for our agricultural producers. All of those things are critical. Yeah.
I talked to you on the phone the other day, and just if we have that open line of communication about things, it's great help for me. In my area, of course, I probably have the largest population that works in your zone or in the zone. So from the county perspective, and just having that open line of communication helps. We talked about the challenges working with the town and stuff. It's ongoing. We all work for the taxpayer, and we're all trying to do things efficiently, and definitely there's some challenges that you've heard here. And when we were talking about the template maybe for buildings and stuff, I think that's a brilliant idea where, you meet a certain criteria, you go out and find the acreage, you need 5 acres, 10 acres, and here's the building you're going to get, would have so much efficiency. It's unbelievable.
And then it would leave these folks to task their time more appropriately instead of, because I think the lodge, if I'm not mistaken, this is the third time it's been tried to build in the last 20 years.
This is the most we've spent the money.
Yeah, so there's been time, money, effort spent, good intentions always. But just, if the money's not there, it falls to pieces, then building standards change, then all that kind of stuff changes, and then that plan is no longer valid, and you're back to the drawing board spending that money again, and it's just inefficient. So, yeah, that's my 2 cents.
Yeah. So every time you get close, the government changes. The NDP one, that was a major letdown. But just today, I think I seen in the news story that the Minister of Finance has tasked all their ministers and the feds to cut the budget by 15 billion, is it? Did you hear anything of that? I'd imagine maybe CMHC, that's what I was worried about, because that's what one of our major funding sources are depending on. And if that gets cut, yeah, it could be problems again. Yeah. Seems to be our life story. We get so close and the government changes the rules. Yeah.
We'll fix that.
Fix the federal government. We don't ask much. Does anybody else have anything? Councillor Laverson.
So since we're supposed to be talking about what we like, I just want to say that I think we can all really appreciate the platforms that you guys ran your campaign on. And I think the approachability of the government is much better than it was under a certain different leader. We'll leave it at that. And just you taking the time to come here and spend this much time just with us, there's lots of other people in your riding as well. So that approachability to me gets me excited that we can do good things together.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Thank you. I have just a question to clarify about water servicing on the west side. My understanding is that now that the lakes of Murrayfield and Loyalta is a hamlet, they qualify for Water for Life projects. Is the county putting in an application for provincial funding with that regard? And can you share some of that and how we can better support through provincial grants, especially the Water for Life program, on some of these projects?
Yeah, for sure. So Lakes of Muirfield actually has water servicing that the developer had put in. Lakes of Muirfield is a little bit of a unique situation in that it was a development master designed by a developer who unfortunately essentially walked away from the development. So by default, the county took over mainly to mitigate the risk of a developer with less integrity taking over the development and losing. I think Lakes of Muirfield is such a significant opportunity in the right hands, which is not our hands. And I don't think we intend to be the long-term owner or developer there. That was never our intention, and we don't see that as the ideal state. But out of necessity, we did assume that. And there's been challenges, and we're addressing them to the best of our ability. We have an incredible planning and development administrative team. But I hope I'm safe saying this. I think we all could agree that private development is where that should be. So that is our hope long term. They do have water servicing that the developer put in. Unfortunately, there were issues after multiple ways of trying to address wastewater servicing for Lakes of Muirfield that there is not a complete wastewater servicing solution there. There is some infrastructure in place for collection. That's probably not the right word. Oh, awesome. Somehow Scott has rubbed off on me. There is some infrastructure there, and there was some relatively substantial investment from the developer, and then some factors outside of the developer's control that led to there not being a complete solution. We do have about $8 million in a reserve from lot sales for Lakes of Muirfield that we will be looking to utilize to address the wastewater servicing. I believe it's the Alberta Municipal Wastewater Partnership, AMWIP. I might have the acronym wrong, but there is another funding program that you're absolutely right. getting that hamlet designation is critical for applications. I'm going to turn it over to administration. I believe we have an application prepared, or it may already be submitted.
It's in the process of being prepared. We're just preparing some final documentation showing the option that we're going to present for the Water for Life AMWIP grant was the most effective solution for that area. But it is primarily for wastewater.
So the water's pipe, as the wastewater's piped, it goes into a truck and we haul it into another facility in the county right now. And there was substantial, the infrastructure is there for collection, it's just the treatment. The treatment side of it is a challenge there because of its higher density of population in that area. So traditional lagoons could be a challenge, and it was tried by a developer before, and I realize as the county we can do things, but it is going to be a challenge. Plus added onto that with adjacent to Rocky View County, so we have to share within a mile. We have to notify them. So there'll be some challenges, I'm sure, to find an appropriate site. Originally, the whole design was to work with Rocky View and go into their regional collection system that went from Balzac down to Langdon, and then there was a spur line that was going to go out and pick up Catherine and Keoma. And Rocky View did spend a substantial amount of money on that, and actually the collection point right now is in Rocky View County, south of Delroy. There's a tank there that we haul out of, so that expense was put on by Rocky View. So, you know, there's a bunch of different ways to do it, but I could see ultimately it'd be nice if we could work with Rocky View and expand that out, but I don't know if that's going to happen. We got to do something for them. It needs to be done, and we're trying as hard as we can. But it's still flowing.
Yeah, and we certainly appreciate the investment that the province makes, both in Water for Life and AMWIP, as well as STIP funding. There's a substantial infrastructure liability in Alberta in terms of infrastructure, and we know that we're going to need to work strategically and collectively to address that. The county has also initiated some comprehensive asset management planning and strategizing so that we can lay out a plan to ensure that we're addressing those capital liabilities in a responsible way into the future. But we are very grateful for the provincial government for both Water for Life, AMWIP, STIP, as well as currently the MSI, what will become, LGFF funding framework for municipalities. That is critical to sustainable infrastructure, both maintenance and development in the county. We had also put forward a resolution through RMA around a request for an additional funding stream for development. Currently, the funding programs for investment in infrastructure only apply to residential development. And we're obviously going to be making some substantial investments in terms of infrastructure to facilitate industrial development, which of course is critical for both employment opportunities in Alberta and also contributions to the economy in terms of GDP. That is not always the best to be co-located with residential development because of exactly what we experienced this morning in terms of impacts to adjacent landowners and that type of thing. But it could be a constraint or prohibitive for some rural municipalities to invest in necessary infrastructure to support that type of industrial development. So the request was for a program where the province would be a partner in that infrastructure, just like the province partners in that infrastructure for residential use, but to contemplate that for industrial or commercial use. So we'll continue to advocate for that. It could be a way as well to, LGFF has, like the total allotment has eroded over the years. Originally it was, from what I've been told, to make up for the fact that we collect education tax for the province. And I think there's some constitutional necessities in us doing that because of our separate school system. And some challenges if the province were try to, I know Premier has referenced that before, and you guys would have far better, much more educated advisors on that. This is just my very simplified understanding of it. And so then the province created this infrastructure funding stream for municipalities, basically to make up for that sort of tax room, if you will, that goes to education through the municipalities. Can't remember what our total was. We just saw it. Education tax that we collect.
I think it's just south of 11 million, 10.3 maybe, something like that.
Joel could give us to the dollar. And what percentage would that be of our total tax collected approximately? So around a quarter, about 25% of the tax we collect, we funnel through to the province for education.
Give or take $7.
Yep, exactly. Yeah, so right around 25%. And we have no issue with that. It's just, I only share that just because of the context that total allocation for MSI has just shifted. But there's a lot of complex considerations with that too, so. That's a really complex question when you start looking at like municipalities that really rely on MSI or LGFF funding. We have neighbors that have lost 25% of their total revenue because of either insolvency in oil and gas companies or unpaid, or with a combination of unpaid oil and gas tax. On that note, I think we're very close to having like sufficient mechanisms to address that. The one gap that we've identified is despite the latest change to when a company might be like acquiring an asset or expanding their business, then they need to prove that they've paid their municipal tax. For companies that are just continuing without acquiring new assets, they don't need to demonstrate that. So it would be nice to see the AER require just that demonstration on a regular basis for those corporations that are continuing, just as an operational continuity check. But I also know there's some complexities around that as well. And we want a strong oil and gas industry. Yeah, so, and I know there's some complexities around that, but that's the one gap that I think we've identified in just ensuring that there's a mechanism to ensure that tax is collected. We have those mechanisms for every other industry. You know, if a small business in one of our hamlets doesn't pay their taxes, there's a mechanism through the MGA for us to ensure that that's collected.
Unless it's on lease land.
Yeah, I would have to check about that. We'll have to talk about that after. Apparently I learn new things every day. So apparently I'm going to learn something new after this meeting. I think overall we are extremely excited. We're grateful for the opportunity to work with you and your government. There's some really exciting things happening. There's always going to be challenges. I'm sure you have encountered that already. It's impossible, you know, to always make everybody happy. We do get some pretty meaningful times. Like I have multiple letters on a billboard in front of my, like on a pin board in front of my desk, and a couple of them are outlining people's disgust for me and my actions. But one is from a ratepayer, a very emotional email I got about what our council is focused on in terms of fiscal efficiency and maintaining our tax rate, and what that meant for him and his ability to continue feeding his family. He was anticipating an increase to his tax bill, and when he got it, it had gone down a little bit. The impact of that, and I literally just printed it, and it is like right in front of my face. And then the utter disgust and disdain is right beside it, just to, you know, just to keep you humility and accountable. Honestly, a huge piece of it is accountability for me, and I know you take that seriously. We take that very seriously around this table. But yeah, you'll get lots of that. Keep a good one beside all that. You don't get very many good ones. So.
Right after this, we're talking about the LPRT thing. If you want to, it's basically the information we got back from legal about what position the county's in and what options we have going forward, if you wanted to see that. Because I know residents of my area have definitely talked to you about this. So you and I talk so you can see live what happens. Or what options we don't have. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll have a bit of time to kind of sit in on that conversation and just to hear what's being said. First of all, from this discussion, I have learned a lot, and I appreciate you, Amber, for walking me through some of what your guys' goals are, and how the province can better support the county. I will say that you guys as a team have really put Wheatland on the map, and this part of Alberta on the map. I know my colleagues are all paying attention to Wheatland, so I couldn't be more honored to work with you guys and to be the MLA representing part of Wheatland County. Lots of exciting things as we've discussed, but lots of room for improvement, and ways that the province can help the county and ultimately the residents of the county. So I'll certainly take back everything that I've heard today to my colleagues in their appropriate ministries to see how we can move forward, and follow up if there's any additional questions as well. It's my pleasure to be here. Thank you for the kind words. And I really look forward to working with you guys. So thanks for having me.
Thank you so much, and thank you for your kind words. It's an exciting time in rural Alberta. I don't think that can be overstated, and we're looking forward to working with you and your government. We do have a small swag bag from Wheatland County that we'd like to present to you, and if you're okay with it, maybe we could just grab a photo together. Perhaps we could just break for, I'm very cognizant, we also have a 2 o'clock appointment that are we anticipating them in person or? Not sure. Okay. Not necessarily an appointment. We had this LPRT discussion we scheduled for 2 o'clock in case people wanted to listen in. I think that's why you requested. But let's just break for 5 minutes and then we'll reconvene, say at 2:10. Good afternoon. We'll call the meeting back to order. We're going to move to agenda item 2.4. Oh, actually, sorry. We're going to move to agenda item 2.22, 2 p.m. appointment to discuss Land and Property Rights Tribunal, notice of decision for abattoir. Administration did prepare an RFD.
Yes, good morning or good afternoon, Council Brian from administration. So there was a request to add this agenda item regarding the LPRT notice of decision regarding the abattoir that was requested. So we put it on the agenda scheduled for 2 p.m. So administration did provide the decision of the MPC and also the decision of the LPRT as well attached to this RFD. If council wishes to proceed with anything further on this one, council would be required to pass a motion directing administration to do so. So the cost estimate, administration did get a cost estimate for this, and it would range between 25 to 35,000, just to prepare the documentation to have it heard for a potential if council were to challenge the decision of the LPRT. If that is successful, then there would be another between $50,000 and $60,000 if council, if that is successful. So all the information is in the report, and it starts on page 276. If there are any questions about the report, please let me know. Thank you.
Does council have any questions? Deputy Reeve Clausen.
No question. I asked for this because I had a abundance of phone calls from my residents that followed the process through from the start to finish. And they asked what options council had now. So I said, you know, that's a great question. I don't know. And I'd asked Brian to get a cost estimate for council and a approximate idea of where we could go and what we could do. I think this shows that like at I don't think there's any chance of doing anything. And it's just unfortunate that the whole process I'm really kind of disappointed in. The whole thing was discretionary. We did our decision, it went to LPRT, they overturned it. And these are the options we have now. So it was not a decision that was made lightly as a local area person. I still have a number of people that talk to me on a daily basis about this. And I'm just like, we'll have to wait and see how it goes. I think it's a great opportunity for the province to work with Alberta Environment for notification for issues like this in the future, to put best foot forward and show that they will be the responsible party when if things go awry. Because we've seen at this county when things go awry and we have to step in the shoes of regulatory authority and what it costs us, and it's a process. I always said, I'll take a step back. I always said if I was at the table when something like this came again, at least I'd have a chance to make a difference. And I honestly think I tried my best, and I could not make a difference. So I really hope it goes well, and we'll see it. That's about all I can say. As far as my residents, when they phone me and if there's an issue, I'm going to be turning to the regulatory authority and saying, you guys have to do it, because, and I've been down that road before. That's how I got elected, because it was bad. So I guess my biggest concern is lack of pipe servicing for something like this. If it had pipe servicing, I would have little concern, because I've been to several other facilities in southern Alberta, delivered to them, seeing that the process is fine. I have no problem with an abattoir. It's the waste that comes out of them. If it's piped into municipal services with the proper treatment, there's no issue. When you do surface treatment like this, my fear is that it's going to be a concern. I've said my piece.
I wonder if you would contemplate putting a motion on the floor just for like direction of discussion and debate. Or if there's questions, we can certainly have questions about the RFD or about the process or those types of things, but just to facilitate debate, or if somebody else has a motion they would like to put on the floor. I don't mean to put you on the spot, just so it can help guide our discussion.
I'm challenged because of my conservative background. I want to see results. Just to spend money at this point in time to go appeal, I feel would be, from my understanding and my education on this, it would be futile. It'd be a waste of taxpayers' dollars. And I'm not comfortable doing that. So.
Councillor Lawerson.
I've read through the whole report. I think the reasons found, the 13 reasons found on items 53 to 66 make it pretty clear that their decision was based on good science and good information. Some of the concerns about odor, there's an abattoir right within the town limits of Strathmore, within the town limits of Drumheller, and there have never been odor complaints for that. This feedlot is going to produce far more odors than the abattoir is, so I would move that the council accept this report as information and that we not continue with any further action.
Thank you for the motion, Councillor Lawerson. Is everybody clear on the motion? Thank you. That helps
pretty clear, I think.
Direct the debate. Is there anybody else who would like to speak to the motion? Councillor Eicherts.
I have a real concern that these quasi-judicial boards can just run rampant over a decision majority of the Planning Commission made. You could get into the weeds on this one, but when you have somebody, what kind of message does this send for anybody that wants a development in the county when you don't have to take on public consultation because the public consultation might get messy? Like, and then you just take it to a board and you got a 50% chance of winning. And you go out there and we're in a horrible position as a county because or as a planning commission, because we make a decision and then these people listen to quote unquote, the expert witnesses, who I know for a fact I could get an expert witness to countermand their expert witnesses. We live in an age of quote unquote expert witnesses, and we sit down there and say, oh yeah, they don't make mistakes. Of course, they are going to be an expert witness to do what they believe the person that hires them wants them to believe. So like the system is broken in the fact that we made a decision, and then when it goes into appeal, the county is not, I refuse to sit down there and say, okay, well, we want to hire an expert witness for every witness that they've got to counteract. That's not our job, but it becomes our job. That would be the only way you could have affected this decision, is if we would have hired expert witnesses to counteract what their expert witnesses said. I mean, the system that they're using, I'm pretty sure will fail. But because it's out in the country, they're going to, no one's going to care. Now we've got all this extra burden on the county to react to the complaints that are going to be, and there's going to be lots of complaints. And I don't think there's any government money in this, so maybe there should be a deal that it should not be our bylaw officers, it should not be our taxpayer money spent addressing concerns that are going to happen. We know they're going to happen because I listened to 2 days of testimony, and I found out that there's a tear in a reservoir that's 2 years old, should have been self-reported 2 years ago, and it's still torn, and they didn't. I mean, we're expecting people to play by the rules when the people are not going to play by the rules. I mean, it is, it just puts us in a horrible position as a county when a quasi-judicial body who has no skin in the game. I have skin in the game. If I make the wrong decision here, they can vote me out. They can yell and scream at me. They have my phone number. But these guys, no, they just make the decision and off they go. So, I mean, and, like, Joe and Karen are wonderful people, but they're long in the tooth. They're not going to be with us that much longer. So with the new people that take over, what's going to be there? What happens if Cargill buys this off of Karen and they just decide to just run it? We can't, it cost us how much?
I'm just going to interject and just ask us to focus on the development rather than individual developers.
Okay. So how much, I'll end with this. How much did a really good idea, GFL, composting, how much did that cost us? Because it started at one thing and it turned into something totally different. And that what we had no control over it at any point. So now the only way we've got control over this is a decision at MPC, and some group in Edmonton comes out there and says, no, can't do it. You guys are wrong. And I mean, there's no possible way they can know the nuances of the area. So we have a problem with the quasi-judicial boards, and spending any more money on this is chasing bad money after bad, or throwing good money after bad. But something has to be done with these boards. There has to be more accountability via the boards.
Deputy Reeve Clausen.
Well, a point I wanted to make was at council here, at the previous councils, we have areas in the county that we've focused on, looked at, done area structure plans, done things like that, and said, look, this is where these things would fit. Goldfinch, West Highway 1, there's been hundreds of thousands of dollars, if not millions of dollars spent on public consultation, land use changes, all this kind of stuff. We now have an agricultural area that is going to build an industrial site that will be taxed as an industrial site, but will be agricultural land. We have this at Hutterite colonies, we have it all over. They get taxed for the way the building is. It's kind of weird. It's not fair because the residents of the area, But if the county had sat down 20 years ago and said, yes, this makes sense, we want to develop this area, and we've gone out and done the public consultation, done all this stuff like we've done everywhere else, then fine. It was discretionary in our land use bylaw for that very reason. And I'm thinking here now, you're chasing a decision after it's done. How do we in the future affect change? And Councillor Eichert's right. Do we hire experts with staff? Like I know development staff are facilitated to help the development go forward. That's their job. I get that. They're to help. And then we are local representatives of the area. I had hundreds of phone calls from people, emails, talking to people, said, I will do my best, done my best, fine. You know, what's the process? But how do I do better in the future? That's where I'm at now. And do you interject at the start and say, we have to invest all this kind of money? I don't know. Honestly, don't know.
Councillor Laprise and then Councillor Kester.
So my thinking here, so back when this came before MPC, I read all the information, and if you remember, I reluctantly voted against it because of the letters that we received. Those letters were really well done. Those residents took time to write very lengthy and detailed letters about what the impacts they could see. And so I appreciated that. Now that I have heard some ratepayers in my area, and also that I've read the LPRT decision, so for me, the odor is the big thing that the kind of common denominator of things. But as the tribunal points out, the applicant provided expert reports confirming that there should be no issue. And we also had a third-party specialist in the area, McElhaney, agreed with them. So I think we did have our expert opinion on it, saying that it should be okay. And I know that there's no way of saying it won't be. But anyways, so we did have that. The fact that they will have a Canadian Food Inspector Agency on site, inspector on site, comforts me, I guess. I know that none of this is guaranteed, and I wasn't here for really the GFL. I know we're dealing with it now. I don't know how that process happened and what we could have done differently, because I don't know what was done. But at this point, I agree that I agree with you, Tom, that some of these quasi-judicial bodies don't have the experience that we have at the local level, and I agree that that needs to be looked at. In this case, I think that I'm satisfied with their decision, so I wouldn't want to go back to appeal it. That's my opinion.
Thank you, Councillor Laprise. Councillor Kester.
I agree with Councillor Laprise, but there was a comment made that the county hires these third parties to help to get the development done. No, that's not why we help. They're there to protect the county and our ratepayers, make sure that the applicant's work is done properly. Is that right, Sherry? I hate to put you on the spot, but our McElhaney doesn't look through and help our developers. They're there to make sure it's done for the benefit of Wheatland County and it's done right. We don't hire staff to help developers.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Sorry, did I?
No.
No, I think it was
Okay, sorry.
Deputy
I thought I
Reed Clausen
misspoke, but no.
made a
Yeah,
comment.
you
No.
spoke right. I was just clarifying. Our staff is for the county, not for the developers. Yeah.
And just a quick note to build on that, from our internal team perspective, like you're referencing the contracted engineers, but also our internal teams. My understanding is that their work is to ensure that we have complete applications and that they work with potential developers. Thank you for coming, Emily DeYoung. Have a good afternoon. My understanding is that our teams work to ensure we have a complete application and then do, based on their professional expertise, do those analysis, checking for alignment with our statutory plans and that type of thing. Not necessarily to get like an application. I just don't want there to be a misunderstanding based on statements that are made. And then it's up to us to determine whether a development goes through. Councillor Kester, were you finished? Deputy Reeve Clausen.
So our experts on it, here's on page 282, subsection H, proposal for a federally regulated licensed facility under CFIA. The plant will use 3 sources of water. Processed water will be provided through an agreement with WID for a rule of up to 25 cubic meters. Water for domestic needs for staff washrooms and dining facilities was served by a cistern, and bottled water for drinking. Processed water, there's no water treatment plant. You're telling me they're going to wash down a facility where they process meat, and that's not untreated water. That's what this says. There is nothing there. And our experts did not catch that. I'm not an expert, but I'm sorry. There should be a treatment plant there for that processing water, and it's not there.
So it's an important point, and I think it's an important clarification when we're referencing other potential abattoirs in the area. And you made the point about pipe servicing, and that this is distinct in that it doesn't have that pipe servicing, and that it's relying on that spray irrigation for wastewater. I think from my personal review of this and looking at the analysis and the conditions that have put in place, at this point, I do not support appealing the appeal for many of the reasons that have been shared. Where I think we do need to focus is ensuring that we are working with the province and the shared jurisdiction around oversight and enforcement. And the 2 of the conditions that I'm focusing on that I think my hope is will specifically address the odor issues that are being raised are 14 and 15. And that's where prior to commencing irrigation each year, the applicant shall provide a copy of the yearly irrigation plan to Wheatland County with documentation confirming the spray irrigation setback from water bodies, roads, and neighboring properties. And then 15, where prior to that irrigation being initiated, documentation confirming the results of the wastewater quality testing required by Alberta Environment and Protected Areas meets acceptable limits to avoid potential odors arising from the spray irrigation. I don't know if there would be a way for us to get additional information, both for council, but also to share with our ratepayers around what those requirements look like, what those acceptable levels are, and if we could also be included in just, and I realize we can't change the LPRT decision, but I'm not sure if the developer might be willing to voluntarily share the results of that testing, either with Wheatland County administration or with a group of ratepayers. I haven't fleshed out how this might look, but my hope is that that quality testing requirements would be stringent enough that it would mitigate, because I hear what you're saying, and I think all of us have experienced unthinkable odor impacts to our ratepayers, and I know I know the devastation that can cause for quality of life. We all understand that, and I think an administration can correct me. I think we're about $1 million plus into enforcement on a specific file where we had odor impacts to adjacent landowners. That's a significant expenditure of taxpayer dollars. When you talk to those ratepayers, it's unequivocally worth it because it's going to get them quality of life back. I think we need to do everything within our power to ensure that, particularly because of the complexities of that cross jurisdiction between Alberta Environment, that we know has capacity constraints, as do we, to ensure that there is strong oversight in terms of odor. And it is challenging because it's somewhat subjective. There are some existing developments that, I think are acknowledged to create odor. And I know we care about the quality of life for our ratepayers. The decision issued by the LPRT, I also have heard from many ratepayers who are frustrated, and I'm hearing consensus around perhaps some concerns around quasi-judicial boards. If anybody has any thoughts you can put into writing, please pass them on to me. I will ensure that they get to Reeve Schneider, who is chairing the RMA committee who's reviewing quasi-judicial boards, and will be working closely with the Government of Alberta to provide feedback from a rural municipal leader perspective on those. I know this is very contentious. I know that we had engagement following the decision at our open house that did bring a different perspective on this than what was heard at MPC. I've heard frustration that the LPRT heard evidence that the MPC didn't hear as well, and I think there's pros and cons to that. There are opportunities for us to engage in terms of the LPRT and the impacts to local land use planning and the autonomy of municipalities and those types of things. I believe I'm hearing, and we'll vote, but I believe I'm hearing some consensus around either not supporting appealing the appeal or acknowledging the potential futility of doing so. Yeah, these things they're very challenging. Is there any other questions or discussion around either the report that administration has presented, the LPRT decision, or our deliberations? Councillor Laursen.
Can we just get Shannon to read my motion back, because that was quite a while ago?
Yeah, it's on our screens as well.
Oh, is it? Oh, okay. Oh, there we go.
That council accept the Land and Property Rights Tribunal Notice of Decision report as information, and that we not continue with any further action.
I withdraw my request. I see that now.
You
My
betcha.
screen was in the way.
Yeah. No, it's important that we have clarity.
In clarification, it says that we not continue with any further action. Would that typical motion come back to haunt us in the future, 20 years down the road? Should it just be we accept it as information?
Maybe if we could just clarify that we not, what was the wording in here?
Would we not appeal it?
Appeal, yeah.
If you accept, like.
Yeah, I could change action to appeal.
Just for something you never know, right? You don't want to
Mhm.
ever take that away, and I'd be comfortable with that.
Yeah, and it's a very good point. We will not, we will be continuing with further action in terms of enforcement and monitoring and ensuring that development conditions are met and all of those things. So that's a really good catch.
But it's still the way it is. Someone has to make that change.
Councillor Laursen, do you wish to amend your motion?
I did.
Okay, can you repeat the amendment and we'll let.
Ah, Shannon's already got it. The council accept the Land and Property Rights
Oh.
Tribunal Notice of Decision report as information that we not continue with any further appeal.
I think I had a little lag because now it does say that. But when
Oh.
I was reading it, it was not. That's perfect. Excellent. Is everybody clear on the motion?
Thanks for everybody for hearing me out. It's very frustrating, and I wanted my residents to hear the discussion. And it could be any one of our divisions in the future. The LPRT scares me, being on a secondary highway. They have that, think of any quarter section on either side, north or south, east, west of a secondary highway. They have control over that. So if we make a decision here that your residents do not want, and it can get overturned, those people do not answer the phone. We do. Like Councillor Eicher said it best, we are accountable to our ratepayers. They can vote us out. Could happen to any one of us. Scares the heck out of me.
And I think that's why it is so important to engage on this quasi-judicial review and ensure that local land use planning considerations are taken seriously by these quasi-judicial bodies, and that we just be very cautious. Any further discussion? All in favor? Motion is carried. Just a question to administration. Did we have a motion to accept the property tax statistics for information? Yes, perfect. Let's move to agenda item 2.47.
Afternoon, Council. Joel from administration here to present this quick housekeeping item for commercial vehicle inspection program for writing off the invoicing from January to June of the current year. It's been historical practice for and precedent for the council and the county to provide these services for the Strathmore Handy Bus, and we bill them once every 6 months. And So for the current period, the details in the report showing that the invoicing for that amount of $5,250 or $5,250, and staff are available for any questions.
Any questions for administration?
This is to administration. We have capacity to do this, like we're not pushing other mechanical stuff down the road.
No, we're good.
Council's wishes.
I'll move that council direct administration to write off the commercial vehicle inspection program invoice for January to June 2023 in the amount of $5,250 for the Strathmore Handy Bus and provide this service as in kind.
Any questions or discussion? All in favor? Motion is carried. Let's move to agenda item 2.48.
Joel again from administration to present the quarter two unaudited financial statements. I'll just kind of briefly summarize these. What I'll do is I'll go down to the first statement, a statement of, I'll zoom out a bit here, consolidated statement of operations. So from a revenue perspective, the actual results are for up to June 30th for year to date are fairly in line with the budget, the year to date budget and expectations. You'll note one of the significant variances here of the $5 million. That's simply due to the fact that of that $10 million remittance that we send to the school or to the province on behalf of the school boards and school districts, about half of that is still yet to be sent out. And so once that comes out of that net property tax line, it'll bring down the total revenue relatively close to be in line with the full year budget, especially if you account for the other revenue items such as the investment income and penalties and on taxes and late taxes and whatnot that are also going to be received in that last 6 months. We would expect to be fairly close to budget on that. And similarly with the expenditure side, if we annualize our year-to-date expenses that are currently about 23 million, and then factoring in some other aspects, for example, in the administrative line at the moment for this year, we had the broadband project budgeted in there, which was doesn't have any costs as of June 30th. And so if we take all those into account, we're also in line with expectations in terms of the expenditures. On the bottom end of the statement too, because something to keep in mind, and I know I've kind of mentioned this in past financial statements, is that we have amortization, which is like a non-cash item generally, and that's kind of splitting off our capital assets and allocating those costs annually over time. Those are included in our expenditure areas, which it helps give an overall picture of the service costs of providing those various areas such as recreation and culture and waste management. But then we also want to, in the bottom section here, just kind of reconcile that to how we present the budget at budget time and the requirements to meet that net zero budget aspect. And so that's kind of just this bottom section reconciling the amortization as well as the reserve transfers and the principal payments, which is just a budget requirement from the Municipal Government Act. So overall, we're looking fairly reasonable in terms of our operating as of June. Before I go on to our next statement, I just ask if there's any questions from council.
I think we're good.
So in terms of our unaudited statement of financial position, there isn't really a substantial change. And the main number I'll point to here is the net financial assets, which is essentially taking our total financial assets and subtracting our current liabilities and other financial liabilities from that to come up with the net number. You can see there's not a substantial change from June of the prior year, especially when you consider there's just different projects and timing from year to year. The main thing that I would point out for in terms of a substantial change, which won't be as a surprise, is our inventory held for resale drops off substantially. Again, that's the Muirfield assets, the lot inventory that we've sold a substantial portion of. And so last year, as of June, we had a lot more in stock as opposed to June of the current year. And then we also, just as with the other statement, have notations for any other substantial changes. And does council have any questions before I proceed on to the next section?
I think we're good.
Sorry, this one's very hard to read, so I won't really zoom in too much. So we also wanted to provide kind of a general statement of capital spending versus the budget as of June. And maybe instead of going to this table, which has every single project, what we did in the report was just to provide a summary graph of kind of the overall status of those projects and the budget versus the actuals of those. So just in to speak generally about how to interpret this, some of the internal work that we do on I think the gravel roads and whatnot, those are items that we don't necessarily show expense until we get to the year-end process. And then those would be things where we're spending staff time, we're putting aggregate, supplies. So there are a couple of roads that our managers had marked as complete here that are internally created projects. And so there would be some additional costs to be expected that will be booked at year end, just as we do every year in that section there. For regarding the rest of the table, the individual projects are all kind of laid out, and if there's any questions regarding the capital spending, staff are available.
I just, you did it's on page 354, and it's 6 items up from the bottom, and it's a graveling job. And you estimated $30,000, and you came in at $29,993. That is absolutely amazing, and that's Rick's $7. I knew that right there. I found it.
Staff have no comment.
I was going to bring the $7 up again.
Let's just focus on the on time and under budget element of that. Our favorite words. I guess the only comment I'll make around the capital spending is I sure appreciate the update, and I appreciate administration bringing forward any situations where we're going over the budgeted amount. I think it's reasonable to anticipate that, just given inflation and the supply chain challenges and all of those things that we're experiencing. But I think the transparency and just the attention to detail with bringing those to council, for me, from a fiduciary responsibility perspective, it makes it a lot easier. So very grateful for the diligence around that. Thank you. Are there any other questions regarding the capital? Do we want to get into micromanaging? Just joking. Thank you. Any other questions regarding the update? If not, council's wishes.
I'll move the council accept the unaudited financial statements of June 30th, 2023 as information.
Any questions or discussion? All in favor? Motion is carried. Thank you. We'll move to agenda item 2.49.
Good afternoon. I'm Suzanne Hayes, Development Officer with Wheatland County. This application, this request for decision is for an encroachment agreement as the result of a development permit that was approved by MPC in June of 2023, Development Permit 2023-055. There is a location plan found on page 362 of the agenda package within the hamlet of Rosebud on the corner of Martin Ave and Main Street. So the application was for a community pavilion which was going to be used to promote local businesses and amenities. The variance was requested at the time to situate the pavilion in a manner that would optimize the visibility to the public and cause minimal interference with trees and public parking. So on page 363, we can see the site plan. The variance was approved to allow the pavilion to be located 1 meter or 3.3 feet over the west property line into the Main Street Road right of way. And it was subject to the condition that an encroachment agreement be entered into with Wheatland County. So the Transportation Department did inspect the site and have no concerns with the placement of the structure. Some key points of the agreement are found on page 358, but the agreement in its entirety included after the report. So the agreement is in line with county policies for encroachment agreements. It does align with the MGA and the Traffic Safety Act. So some illustrations of the pavilion are on page 365. Whoops, not 365. And staff are recommending approval. The recommendation on 357 states that council enter into an encroachment agreement with the Rosebud School of the Arts, permitting an outdoor community pavilion to encroach over the west property line of Plan 6742BQ, Block 1, Lot 1, onto the Main Street right-of-way within the hamlet of Rosebud, in line with DP 2023-055, and that the Reeve and Chief Administrative Officer be authorized to sign the agreement. And that concludes my presentation. Please let me know if you have questions.
Thank you. Any questions regarding the RFD?
I'll make that motion.
Can you just turn your microphone on, Councillor Kester?
I'll make that motion since Suzanne said it so nicely.
Perfect. Thank you. Any questions or discussion on the motion? All in favor? Motion is carried. Thank you for bringing that forward. We'll move to agenda item 2.410. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Council. This is just a request for a decision to follow up on a letter that Wheatland County sent to the town of Strathmore on the Strathmore Motor Products Center and the recreation utilization of that facility. And we're just asking if Council would like administration to follow up on that.
For me, yes, definitely follow up on it. Still a request from Lacrosse Association. They still talk to me about it. I know several kids and parents that are in there and they still want to be able to utilize that facility. And we've had zero communication from the town of Strathmore, not administration or anything about this. That's bizarre. Okay.
No follow up.
It just fell through the cracks. I'll give them the benefit of the doubt.
I would support a follow-up email. I'll be the first to admit I absolutely do my best to ensure things don't fall through the cracks or I don't drop balls, but we are all incredibly busy and I think it would be good just to do a follow-up email. Perhaps we could send the original letter and just touch base to see if the town council has had an opportunity to review the correspondence and then we can go from there. It's grace for everybody because I'm sure you're all the same. We just get inundated with correspondence and responsibilities. So.
I'll make the motion that council direct administration to send a follow-up letter to the town of Strathmore regarding the recreation utilization letter sent to Mayor Fuel on February 22nd, 2023.
Any questions or discussion? All in favor? Motion is carried. Move to agenda item 2.411.
Good afternoon, Council. Dave from Administration. On page 378 of your council agenda is a report on Wheeland Trails to the Bow request for a letter of support. On August 3rd, Administration received a letter from the chairperson of the Wheeland Trails to the Bow Committee requesting a letter of support to be used in their grant applications and raise funds for their project. This request follows a presentation that Wheeland Trails to the Bow Committee made to Wheeland County Public Presentation Committee on May 9th of 2023 to inform council of their proposed project. On May 16th, council discussed this further and allotted some cap funding for this project in the amounts of approximately $408,000, depending on what percentage is available at that time, and also with project timelines and that. So that kind of gives a brief background of the information on this file to date, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. Council's wishes.
I'll move that council directs administration to draft a letter of support for the Wheatland Trails to the Bow project, which aims to establish a pathway between Carson and Speargrass and authorize the reeve to sign the letter.
There's a motion on the floor. Any questions or discussion? Just want to say I'm really excited about this potential project. I think it aligns well with the outcomes that we saw from that Recreation and Culture Master Plan. I'm really excited about the community spirit behind the project and just how well this will contribute to building resilience in our community by providing opportunities to be outside. And I know for myself, like outside walks are so important for not just my physical health, but my mental health. And having safe places for families and individuals to walk, I think, is so important. So I'm super excited about this and super excited and grateful for the work that you do, Donna, in your community.
Yeah, they're working really hard.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's really exciting. So, and I'm glad that we can facilitate the project by providing a letter of support. Any other questions or comments? All in favor? Motion is carried.
The only time I walk is when something breaks down.
Yeah, that's fair.
Just saying.
That's fair. We will move to agenda item 2.412.
Good afternoon, Council. Bryce from Administration presenting the Muirfield Distribution Pump Discharge Header Replacement Budget Adjustment Request. Wheatland County recently closed a request for proposal for pump and valve replacement services as part of a capital project for 2023. The capital project originally was approved for $288,000. Upon the mandatory walkthrough required as part of the RFP process, several items were identified as needing to be replaced alongside these repairs. And a review of the budget and the estimated cost has been completed, as well as the RFP results. With those changes, we are requesting an additional $51,000 for this project, as per the breakdown supplied on page 383. We are here available for any questions.
Council's wishes.
I'll make the motion that council approves increasing the Muirfield distribution pump header replacement 2023 capital project budget from its original amount of $288,000 to the new amount of $339,000 with additional funds to be sourced in the Muirfield Capital Reserve.
Thank you, Deputy.
It's catchy.
Deputy Reeve Clausen. Any questions or discussion on the motion? All in favor? Motion is carried. Thank you. We'll move to agenda item 2.413. And I want to thank council for the latitude to bring this forward today. This arose from discussions with colleagues primarily on Friday at a Mayors and Reeves meeting, Board of Directors for South Central District 2, where several mayors and reeves just shared some challenges with the current funding model and the approach to just the application process for seniors housing, how we're going to address the growing demand for affordable housing in Alberta, specifically for seniors. I think there's, I would say, fairly strong consensus that there's a growing need for affordable housing, but just a recognition that we need to look at the way we're approaching that. And certainly acknowledgement that there's a need to collaborate across municipal, provincial, and federal governments to find innovative solutions, but also a recognition that to continue on our current trajectory is not sustainable. We have talked about this a little bit, so I'll try and be brief. Councillor Priest raised some of the similar concerns that are spurring my request for this resolution with MLA de Young. I respect the province's guidelines for potential projects. They call it preferential consideration is given to projects that are construction ready is the language that they use. And then they have a number of conditions that would deem a project construction ready. They have opened that second tranche of the Affordable Housing Partnership Program. However, with multiple housing management body boards across the province endeavoring to bring forward shovel-ready applications, tax dollars are being wasted, from my perspective, on repeated business cases and architectural drawings, schematic designs, and blueprints that end up collecting dust on shelves. I believe that there's only one taxpayer, and align with our provincial government's focus on fiscal efficiency and the gravity of responsibility we have stewarding tax dollars. There has to be a better way than what we're doing currently. I already referenced the model, and it's good to hear some of the challenges that occurred in that Lougheed era of building hospitals as well. Yeah. Okay, well, definitely some complexities, but what I do know is 20 hospitals were built in the 80s, and I couldn't find actual data on if they had, analyzed the efficiencies that were provided by utilizing similar designs and those types of things, but it just seems logical to me that there could be efficiencies to be found. So what I'm asking council to consider is a motion where we would propose or request, advocate for a different model around the application process for the affordable housing funding from the province. And if there could be collaboration on a modular lodge design to be developed through extensive engagement that would most effectively meet the needs of senior Albertans. I think Tom must have been reading my mind, or Councillor Eichert, because I was also wondering if perhaps there could be a select number of components that could be customized so that they aren't necessarily cookie cutters, but I'm sure through engagement you could find a couple of elements that could still provide some, whether it's some design elements or, like you said, color, things like that, that could be, very clear that that would be a local decision or there would be some local direction on that. I was also hoping that the model could be scalable. So it might be a base module that might meet sort of the basic needs for a seniors lodge, but then depending on the size of the community or the demographics, where you could add perhaps wings or something. And I'm not suggesting that, but through that collaborative engagement, something like that could be developed. This would staunch the bleeding of tax dollars, even into things like building committees, which are working across the province. And I do think there's some risks with that as well, not just with the expenses, but also risks of issues with planning errors, where if you had a really strong engagement, and I'm not pointing that locally, I'm just saying when you have, I don't think anyone on the building committee would contend that they're experts on, seniors housing planning or design or that type of thing. Part of what's driving my thoughts around this is how many seniors housing could be subsidized with the tax dollars that are currently squandered is too strong of a word, but being spent without a return on that investment in terms of actual seniors housing that's being built. Instead, we could target that investment where it's most needed and where you would get that highest return on that investment. I'd also like to see if there's a mechanism to take some of the politics out of those decisions. and create a framework where funding allocation decisions are data-driven and made on a needs basis. To do that, we would need some publicly available, or GOA would need to rely on things like service levels in different communities across Alberta. And I realize they do. I have no doubt that they take that into consideration, and I'm not suggesting that you know, priorities are not already established. The funding framework does have like clear criteria and what will be awarded and that type of thing. There are two caveats on having a data-driven model for allocations. The one caveat is I would suggest that we request a separate rural funding allocation in recognition of the unique needs in rural Alberta with our vast geography, and to explore the improved outcomes where our seniors who cannot age in place in their own homes can be close to home and family who serve a significant role as caregivers. And I think we all recognize that if we only looked at, you know, a service level based on per capita or that type of thing, likely the cities would have the vast majority of investment. But I think it's important, and I mean, this is foundational to who we are as Albertans, is that many Albertans live in rural Alberta, and we recognize the importance of having our seniors aging in place, close to home, as close as home as possible, right through that continuity of care. Some seniors I've spoken with recently support a strategic response to our changing demographics and are deeply concerned about the impacts of decisions that are made that neglect things like asset management responsibilities and could negatively impact future generations and the viability of communities they want their grandchildren to thrive in. We need to care for the seniors who built this county and this province, but we need to do so thoughtfully, and we owe the public transparency and accountability in how we do that. I think it would be important within the resolution that we support the Stronger Foundation's recommendations, as well as requesting improved oversight for housing management body boards, particularly, and this is another element that could be addressed through a more like a modular design. There is a chance that that could address some challenges around procurement procedures in alignment with free trade agreement legislation and fiscal efficiencies. I think doesn't even need to be said, but there are no government funds or surpluses or reserves from other programs that didn't originate in Albertan taxpayers' pockets. We've heard it said that some of the funds that are being used locally are from surpluses from when the Lodge had a home care program. I honestly can't wrap my head around that, and I would appreciate a more detailed explanation or a detailed accounting of how you can generate a profit from funds that were intended to be spent on home care. And I'm not suggesting either that it's not important for our housing management bodies to focus on asset management themselves. I think that is important too, but I think the accountability and the transparency pieces are very important. By collaborating on a solution-focused approach, we can reduce public frustration when they are repeatedly led to believe shovels will be in the ground shortly. We can optimize the return on investment of every tax dollar, and we could care for more seniors and vulnerable Albertans. So I'm asking, I would put a motion forward that Council direct administration to draft a resolution to the Government of Alberta requesting a review of the application program or the application process for the Affordable Housing Partnership Program and our current method of planning and building large capital purchases for specifically, I think within our jurisdiction, especially as rural municipalities, specifically for seniors lodges. I think we have ways of providing other affordable housing within our hamlets and our communities that don't necessarily need that government support. That could potentially be developer driven, but I have heard, you know, obviously from our community as well as in this council chambers, the gravity of our responsibility to our seniors. With that, I will open the floor to questions or discussion.
So
Councillor Eckert and then Councillor Laprise.
Beat you to the gun.
you did.
I really see the advantage of, especially the an off-the-shelf deal, because I see the struggle we're going through at the Wheatland Housing Management Board. If we can show we've got the need for it, it would be so much easier to say, yeah, we got the need for 120 units. The government says, well, this is what the deal is. This is 120. You've got the plant. Then it's just a matter of going ahead and building it, right? It's whereupon the amount of work that the board has done in order to get to where we're at. I mean, that effort could be used elsewhere. Just, you know, it seems to be wasted effort in the fact that everybody's trying to get to the same point. Everybody's trying to get across the finish line, and everybody's hiring a lawyer or hiring an architect, doing needs assessments and all this kind of stuff. All you would have to do is go to GOA and say, look, this is what we want. Do we qualify for this? And then at that point, they say, yes, you will qualify for an 80 unit deal. This is what it is. We have it already in the works. I think it'd be an amazing energy and money saver for everybody involved. So I'd be very interested in this. So.
Just to build on that point as well, and I'm sorry I neglected to mention it. One thing that drove this as well was through conversations with some seniors who recalled a 2009 business case that was done. And I have copies of the 2016, 2017, 2018, and I think 2019 business cases, which all would have cost money to develop. Some of them were updates, so I don't think they were, substantive investments, but they are expenditures of tax dollars. And if I recall correctly, and please anybody correct me, I recall hearing the consultant that the Housing Board currently has engaged saying that these needs assessments shouldn't be that complex. They shouldn't be that costly. The demographic information is publicly available. I remember him referencing basically taking sort of census data and fitting it into a framework that aligns with the provincial requirements. But we have in this region spent what I would contend is a significant amount of money on repeated business cases. And if we were the only ones doing it in Alberta, that might be, that's not even acceptable. But the fact that it's happening across municipalities all across Alberta, it just seems to me that there should be a better way. The province has access to that data. I know, just like the project in Speargrass and Carsland, you want to see that local momentum and you want to see that local commitment to the project behind it. But I think we also have to be very cognizant of how we approach, and it is going to be a critical need in the future, but how we approach that thoughtfully and in the most strategic way so that we are addressing this in a sustainable way. And yeah, you already said that about the business cases and that kind of thing, but I believe there are efficiencies to be found with looking at a different model. Councillor Laprise.
Yeah, so I like the idea of coming at it with a standardized format. But for me, more importantly, it's the need for the government to take, and I hate to say this, more of a leadership role, but just in terms of making sure that people aren't going down this path only to be denied. Like that to me is what keeps me awake at night. And I just think there is, if there are, and I'm sure there are, other management bodies doing the exact same work we are right now, that is just an enormous amount of time and money spent on something that could ultimately be denied. And so I think if you had an indication from the government that they are willing to look at it before you even go down, like if they have a needs assessment province-wide and say, yes, this area, if we are coming to them saying, we think we're a priority, and they say, yes, we agree, that gives you some certainty that, okay, we can spend some money to look at this and come up with a proposal. But not knowing that, to me, is a huge disservice, I guess, from their perspective, to require that we have a certain level of information gathered and money spent on budgets and details on building needs and how we want it to look. And that, yeah, to not know for sure that you're going to get that money, that to me, we're just spinning wheels, and I don't think that's appropriate. So that's how I support this. If I like that, I like the two, but for me, the more important thing is about government taking a leadership and indicating whether you're qualified for it or not.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I think we do need to integrate that into the resolution if there's council support for it. I mean, just pragmatically, when you look at $68 million for the entire province, including the cities, like that is not going to go very far. And when you look at the needs, and then I hesitate to say this, but we are actually like relatively blessed in this region in terms of what we have for seniors housing. And this really became clear to me when I started engaging with other leaders across Alberta, and you talk to the mayor of Airdrie, and they're getting their first seniors lodge, and their population is, it might change day to day, between 80 and 90,000 people, I believe. I don't know if they've broken 90,000. They don't have a seniors lodge today. They will be opening one this summer. That's their first seniors lodge. There are a couple of private sort of affordable housing options in Airdrie. And we owe a debt of gratitude to the Housing Board for the incredibly prudent care and maintenance that has been put into our lodge. And the fact that I know it was built a long time ago, but I also know that we have made good, prudent, strategic investments in that to maintain that building. I believe it was completely rebuilt in the 90s, is what I read in the Housing Board history. And there have been other, additions and really strong strategic investments in terms of maintaining and improving safety. I think about the sprinkler systems and things like that that have been invested. We owe a debt of gratitude to that governance and to keep that building in the shape and the quality of facility that we have here. And then we have other, Sagewood, and I realize that's different, but still provides a range of options in terms of care in Strathmore. We've had, I believe licensed is the correct term, private developments in the region that have provided care. And we have other, I think about Cara Foundation and the potential for a nonprofit provision for care. This is not to say I don't support a potential application. What I don't support is non-strategic use of funds that are, as Councillor LaPriest was alluding to, not highly probable to be funded when you look at it in the full context of affordable housing. And that's not just, that $68 million is not for seniors housing. That's for affordable housing in Alberta. And I realize there's some federal funding as well that will be, leveraged with that. But we are looking at this point, very constrained funds. To speak at a more local level, I know there's been pressure for us to look at our reserves. I think that's a disservice in a few ways. We have substantive asset management responsibilities here. And I think it's genuinely a disservice to other Alberta communities that, do not have reserves to be able to voluntarily download that responsibility for those capital investments to the municipality. I just think we have to be very, very thoughtful. We have to be strategic. And this is one way where if we could redirect some of those tax dollars that are being spent. I even look at some of the money that we've spent locally. How many seniors could that subsidize? Maybe in a partnership model or in, market rental, properties or what, I know it's a very complex situation, but I think we need to look very carefully at every dollar that we're spending and if there is a better way. Councillor Kester.
You're absolutely right. The HPP is for affordable housing, not lodges. Lodges aren't part of it. But that's the only program there is. So in talking to the folks up there in the ministry, that is their next project, is to get a new framework for lodges. They are currently working on it. So when you asked earlier how much money we're getting from AHBP, we were asking for $7 million originally. But in talks with them, they realize that isn't fair, that isn't enough. So we're asking for approximately double that because they give some last go around to one lodge, got that money last time. And it's quite hopeful that we might get it this time. So the reason being, the affordable housing, they're all suites, 1,000 square feet or 800 square feet. They're all independent. They got cupboard stoves, independent living. Where lodges is the bedroom and the communal living, and it's expensive to build dining rooms and kitchens and hallways for the lodge because it pretty well doubles the size, and that's why the costs are up there. But their funding formula works off of a door, so a lodge door is only $85,000, or it's just half of the building, right? So that's why we're asking for the double. So recommendations to improve their process. It's coming at a timely time when they are looking at something for lodges, right? The cookie cutter approach, I don't know if it would work or not. I don't know why they're still not using it for it. I know currently our architect is 4%, but money we're spending isn't on the architect, it's on the accountants costing out the building. So every location, the costing is different, I would think. The labor pool's different, transportation, whatever. But the government wants a certain level of budget, whatever it is, a C. I'm not sure what it means, but it's a level. If you would get that level done, then you put it into the government and they decide if they're going to fund it or not. If they decide they're going to fund it, that is, budget isn't done. You can't go to tender with that budget. You have to continue on that budget and get to a different level, get it to tender. So, which means spending more money, not much different than in the county when we go to tender, we got a full budget done. So I guess in a way, they're not making you go tender ready before they approve. You only have to get halfway there or a third of the way there with your budget before they approve it. And once they approve it, you got to get the tender ready. Then when you get the tender ready, you go to tender and build and everything else. So that's the process now. So the cookie cutter approach, at most it might save 4%, but you still got to cost it to get that budget, and that budget has to be current. So if you pull a building off from last year, the pricing isn't going to be current. So we hire a program writer, then we hire a program building manager, and then we hire an architect, and we hire a construction manager because they're got their fingers on building materials and they say, oh no, don't build it that way, build it this way. Everything improves with the builder. So you got to pick the right guys. That's how we get the budget. So currently we have a construction manager coming on board. And that's how we get this level of budget that we need to go to the province. So putting our recommendations in now for the government to consider is probably a timely move for sure. But just to explain to you the process, we're not spending all the money and then going for approval. It's done in steps. Steps cost money, I realize, and if we could have seed money like they used to have seed money, used to be when we first started, the government paid 80%, and they had these, and they built it. That's what happened here. And then when the NDP come, they wanted to spend 80%, but they wanted to own the building. And time we got worked through that, then we got a change of government. Then there was nothing for 3 years. And then there's a little bit. Then we had the election, and now they're starting again. So now this run is starting right now with a brand new slate of election. They got 4 years to do it. This is the first time since I've been on the board. We've got 4 years of a mandate they want to do starting. Instead of waiting till the end of the election cycle, they're starting at the beginning. So we're lucky there. And I think that's a good move. But I hear the frustration. I've lived the frustration. But yeah, just know that the province, this is their next priority. They got the affordable housing framework done. Now they got to do the lodge framework. And it's probably a good time you want to put your comments in. I'm on the fence with the cookie cutter I don't know if it would save money or not, knowing that everything that's in there has to be costed out. If it comes with an inventory, if it comes with, I don't know. I'd have to think about it. Because if you come with a cookie cutter approach, you said it before, you're doomed to repeat the same mistakes. Where if you got a construction manager bidding, several of them, they come current off of builds and they are supposed to, hopefully they're better. That's why you hire them. Yeah, that's my thoughts anyway.
Thank you for that insight. Deputy Reeve Clausen.
I fully support this, the approach of having, quote unquote cookie cutter. If you have an Excel spreadsheet with square footage and all that stuff, you just input different numbers as it goes, and it's easy to change. It's a real simple thing. I've seen it done many times before. They'd have a spreadsheet. You just put in your current costs of linear board foot, electrical costs, all that stuff, and it would just go, it'd come out. So I think it's pretty easy. Maybe Councillor Eichert would know better than myself, but I think that's all pretty straightforward.
Yeah, like you would, when they were building those hospitals, it was, well, this one got built last year, price of the inflationary costs on the building was 3%, so you had 3% to the deal, and it works out amazingly well. So yeah, no, it's pretty easy to make, well, especially nowadays with the computers and the systems, they'll just will go on the go. So I think it would make them a huge difference in the fact that you'd have the building, you wouldn't need any construction manager until you've chosen the construction company, because you'd know what that number is. But I think this will take a long time to get through the heads of the government, because I mean, they could even hire, like they could even attach a civil engineer to this project that could keep up with the current cost, like a daily current cost, right? Like he could be in Edmonton, he'd be getting $120,000 a year, and he'd be being spread over, over 4 or 5 projects. It's very, very inexpensive that way. But I don't know if we'll be able to get the government to change their mind around to that mindset, but it would be really good if they did.
Councillor Bigger.
I think this is good timing. I think it's a great idea. I think that the government has guidelines, but they're going by who gets approved and who doesn't. So, but they're not letting anybody know that. And I think that's a disservice on their part. And I think you're right. We need leadership on that. So I'm hoping that they'll look at your letter and consider some of this stuff.
So just for clarity, I'm hoping if there's support that we would direct this is a very tight timeline, and I do apologize to administration for that, but we would be directing administration to draft a resolution in 2 weeks. Just given the deadline to make for Central District. Like we discussed with the home care resolution, there is an opportunity for this to be refined as well as it goes to the district level as well. And then I also would say that there's an opportunity for if there was some type of modular design that could be developed, that could be iterative as well. So it could be refined, as each lodge is built. There obviously could be learnings. The province already has like an oversight program for these capital investments and are, monitoring that closely. I'm assuming that that could be applied to something like this as well. And that this isn't, I'm not necessarily contending that the efficiencies are worth it, but at the very least, we're asking that it be analyzed, that it be that the analysis be transparent, and that we understand what the cost savings are. And when we're dealing with finite taxpayers' dollars, we do have a responsibility to spend them in the most efficient and effective way. And I think, and I know the province would agree with that. I know they also believe strongly in local autonomy. And so I think there would still have to be, whether it's a nonprofit or a private or a public or whoever, their funding program is open to, you still need somebody, leading the charge on this and bringing that local perspective into these conversations. I'm not suggesting you eliminate that. I'm suggesting we look for what efficiencies we can find so that we can serve more seniors and do this in the most effective and thoughtful way. Does anybody have sort of any specific, I'm confident administration would draw on some of this conversation from today to draft the resolution. Are there any other elements that we haven't raised or discussed that people would like to see integrated into, and we'll have an opportunity to review a draft resolution, but we'll also be on quite a tight timeline. Does administration feel like they have sufficient context?
I think so. Administration will re-listen to this council meeting and take the points from the council meeting and try to get it together for council's review. And I'll circulate it by email prior to the September 5th meeting, just so council has an opportunity to review it and provide input at that meeting. And then we should be able to get it hopefully approved by the end of the day. And if not, save it for the spring.
Did I put a motion on the floor? Okay. Okay. Is everybody clear on the intention that we would be directing administration to draft a resolution regarding affordable seniors housing? Oh, there you go. Yep. I know you'll get it from the recording. I think probably the current method of funding affordable seniors housing would be my guess, but if I said something differently before, please correct me if anyone recalls. I should have written it down, but I didn't know what the appetite would be here. And I wasn't going to bring this forward, but through conversations, primarily at the district level where other people were also raising concerns around just how much they have invested in terms of trying to be construction ready and those types of things. And it's, I think, really timely.
The same thing up there. Yeah. No, at the very least, if we got a cookie cutter approach, is you do it this way. You get your needs assessment done and we approve it that you need something or not. You get this step done and work it through. That would be a huge help.
Yeah.
I see that as the biggest help.
I think it would streamline a lot of that,
Well,
right?
Gives you confidence.
Yep.
Right now, it's pure competition.
Yeah.
They want everybody to compete. They're going to pick who they think is the best.
Shiniest presentation,
Yep.
basically.
Yeah, it's like the one guy we hired, he says it's a beauty contest. And the more I'm into it, I agree.
Which that, I have to be honest, like that comment actually frustrated me a lot because nothing we do with tax dollars should be a beauty contest. It should be.
Meant it in the way that it's competition.
I don't deny that one iota, and we're elected. I get, yeah, I won't
That's
go
what
there,
we're up
but
against.
yes. But I think hopefully we can make a compelling case to the province that we need to be targeting every tax dollar that is spent so that we are, you know, serving our seniors or those vulnerable Albertans who require affordable housing or are unhoused in the most effective way possible. And this is just one sort of, and this is small in the grand scheme of things, but the current funding allocation is relatively small. And so every incremental increase in terms of return on that dollar matters. So any further, I guess the one thing I would like to emphasize is I would also like to emphasize to the province that it would be good if, and there have been conversations about more open data with the province, and I think it would be helpful if municipalities and housing management bodies had access to some open data and some metrics around service levels. ASHA has some really good resources in terms of determining, you know, where there is available affordable housing, available, you know, different types of levels of care and that type of thing. But I know from my own research, it's challenging at times to determine what, you know, what is the, how full or what is the capacity like? What are, you know, yeah, just there's so many considerations. And I think it starts with having access to that data. And that's a point I wouldn't mind including in the resolution. Councillor Lawerson.
One other thing I think that we should include in this, and you mentioned Airdrie as one that's having a frustration, and that's one of the problems we face with the Wheatland Housing Management Body too, is we are lumped, when it comes to a needs assessment, we're lumped in with Calgary that has a plethora of facilities, and then the government comes back to us and says, you don't need one. There's X number of people in this square, therefore you don't need them, when all of it's in Calgary and Airdrie and all of the other bedroom places are basically told, well, there's enough. We've done the numbers, but there isn't enough for, there's enough for that little area, but not the rest, right? So I think that's something that should be addressed too to the government, is that there's a difference between a need in a dense urban center like that than it is in an urban center, because you have to call Airdrie an urban center, right? Strathmore is semi-urban kind of thing, but they have very different needs than the city does.
And that's why I had the caveat that I think we should be specifically requesting a rural stream. Defining that will be a little bit challenging, because in that case, I would include Strathmore actually in a rural, because Wheatland Housing Management Body, I would argue, serves rural Albertans.
Yeah.
Part of that also came from conversations with President Paul McLaughlin from RMA, who said, if you're going to go strictly on needs assessment, the cities are getting all the money.
Exactly.
Because on a per capita basis, that's where the need is. And I said, again, that comes back to, and RMA has done a lot of work on advocating on this rural lens that we need to apply. And I think the government of Alberta is applying to their decision-making around looking at the nuances of rural Alberta. And that it is, you know, we all know it's not acceptable for us to be driving, you know, an hour to see our parents, or for heaven forbid, you know, your father-in-law to be driving to see your mother-in-law, or, you know, those types of things. We need to support aging in place, but for those who cannot age in place, we need to support provision of services in a sustainable way. And again, I want to emphasize, I think we're going to need to look at some innovative models. I think there's been some, just through discussions I've had with different people, there are some really innovative approaches happening in different provinces, different areas, even different areas of Alberta. And, you know, we know this need is coming, and it's good to hear Councillor Kester saying that the time is good to be raising some of this. At least we can start a conversation. And if there are different, I mean, it's clear the government is open to innovation and looking at things from a different perspective. So it's simply a jumping off point for advocacy to start the conversation and to look at how best do we serve rural communities. Any further questions or discussion? I'll call the question. All in favor? Motion is carried. Thank you for your latitude in considering this today, and thank you for your support. I appreciate it.
Have a short break.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you. Let's reconvene at 3:45. Good afternoon. We'll call the meeting back to order. We will move to agenda item 3.1. We have 4 pieces of correspondence. Municipal affairs, updating on our funding allocations for the MSI capital allocation, MSI operating allocation, and the CCBF, the old gas tax. A letter from Wheatland Shores. Municipal affairs correspondence inquiring whether we would like to request a meeting at the convention, and ASHA correspondence responding to our request for access to those webinars. In terms of correspondence requiring action, my request would be that if we could have a look at the Rocking Our Guest Ranch correspondence, I wouldn't mind if administration could perhaps have a look at that and perhaps prepare a report for us with just an analysis of one thing I did mean to review it before right now, but I didn't have an opportunity, is just in terms of what the agreement or the lease agreement and contract, how that sort of intersects with some of the requests that are coming forward. And then we should also discuss the municipal affairs request or inquiry as well.
I agree with the suggestion of some more information. I hate to keep going back to admin for more information on campgrounds. They have been like, keep coming back with unresolved issues, I guess. And so I think we need to decide one way or the other where we're going with these. I mean, honestly, from Wheatland Shores perspective, it's a tricky position. I think we'd all love to think of it as a beautiful little spot, but the lake the water is, it's problematic. And I don't know. I don't think WID is interested in looking at it in a different way than an irrigation body of water. I don't think they have the capacity to consider it as a recreation body of water. And I don't know how far we should go with this, to be honest. So I don't want to spend a whole bunch more administration time, but I do think that we need to come to a decision about where we're going with this.
Councillor Eichert, then Deputy Reeve Clausen.
I think we're in a tough position because I believe we're under an NDA for the with WID and Eagle Lake. So I don't know how you like if we could set up a meeting. Like we all understand what the problem is. It's a dead lake. But I just don't know how far we can go into it because I don't know where all of this is in the plans of the WID. So some of the other stuff is, I think this is one of those situations where we should probably have staff try to put this report down into, it's the first year of this thing operating. I think it's better than it. Well, I know for a fact it's better than it was, and I understand we've got an operator that wants to get things done, and unfortunately, he's going to find out just what it's like to deal with government, and nothing goes as fast as we want it to go. So, but I don't know. Like there should be some consultation in there. Like we should direct staff to talk to, just try to itemize what needs to be done because there are certain things that are. The water quality and all that that's out of our control. There's nothing we can do about that. So maybe, just that explained to the owner and with that, have WID contact, or maybe WID can give them a timeline on if there's going to be, whatever the plans are that you know, is it going to be 10 years down the road? Who knows, right? Just, yeah, I feel for the guy. He's making a difference. And it's, I mean, it's a tough year when you've got yourself a campsite out there and you've got 3 inches of rain. So it's sort of a desert and everything is, I mean, you can't make it. It's not going to be lush. It's going to be, so I think we need to direct staff to just sort of maybe talk to him again, explain what we can and cannot do. I don't know if that's doable, but you know, like what the stuff that is totally off the board, like water quality and all that kind of stuff, that's totally off the board, and go from there. What the county can directly help this gentleman with.
Yeah, echo these comments. You know, I appreciate some of the information that's in here, and there's kind of a petition and stuff too, but that's not, I mean, they're a contractor to us. They want to have improvements on there. We have a budget cycle. We'll do what we can, and through budget, we're not going to, you know, allocate funds off on a whim. And yeah, we have to have a plan. And do I want to see it improve there? For sure. Can we fix the water? Probably not. There's a long history of why the water is that way at that area. Short of having a fleet of dredgers out there, which cost millions, if not billions of dollars, it's going to be what it is. It's a shallow lake. It has high nutrient load. It's going to algae bloom, just like every other lake in southern Alberta right now. And it's a catchment area from a large agricultural area. Like if you look around, it's the lowest spot, so that's where it's all going to go. So yeah, I mean, I appreciate it, but it will be a budget process.
So I would move that we direct administration to bring back a report on the requests from the contractors for Wheatland Shores, some background information on the lease agreement, and I would like this to be maybe a more discreet conversation with the contractor, but also just in terms of public perception, in terms of how we're engaging the public. I think sometimes the connotation around a petition, when you've willingly entered into a lease agreement to operate, I haven't gotten the sense that this has created like what a petition sometimes can do in terms of public perception. But it did concern me a little bit that, like you alluded to, somebody who has, you know, in a free market engaged in a lease agreement with us as a municipality, it does concern me a little bit just about the perception that could create. And my preference would be, and I recognize, you know, the motivation behind a petition is to show the level of support for something. But I think there's ways prior to that we can work collaboratively. And I think we have been working collaboratively. We have, you know, looked beyond what we had originally agreed to in terms of support for the campground and bringing it up to, you know, an acceptable state and that type of thing. And I know how challenging it is, and I would echo Councillor Eichert's comments. It's an incredibly challenging year, which is, you know, without question exacerbating things like water quality. Historically, that is an issue every year, but it's certainly exacerbated this year. I wouldn't say there's nothing we can do about a conversation or around water quality. I wouldn't mind having a conversation with WID. I think we need to, as has already been referenced, we need to prioritize the agricultural and the irrigation use of Eagle Lake, but perhaps there are opportunities to discuss just water flows and turnover of the lake and that type of thing. Yeah, and so perhaps within that motion, if we could also perhaps just direct administration to discuss the water quality concerns with the WID administration. And perhaps that could, depending on the public classification of those conversations, whether that's brought back in camera or whether whatever information could be relayed would be done in a closed session. If we could just have at least start that conversation. Yeah, that's perfect. Thank you. Shanna has beautifully crafted a motion encompassing all of that. Thank you. Any questions or discussion on the motion? Councillor Kester.
After just going through this year, I'd be hesitant to ask an WID.
Yeah.
It was within a day of starting to draw down Chestermere Lake this year.
I guess for
You can imagine
clarification,
the uproar that would have caused.
yeah, and I hoped that my caveat that my goal would always be to prioritize irrigation and our agricultural producers and any considerations around that water body from that perspective. I don't think, though, at the same time that we can't just have conversations about the water quality. And if there are things that can be done, and this is not necessarily a short-term thing, this may be a midterm or long-term conversation to be had, but perhaps by starting the conversation, and if there's a way, and I think Councillor Eichert referenced it as well, just to bring the developer into that conversation as well, to know that we're not completely ignoring this and that there isn't the potential for some kind of possible improvement long-term. And I'm not suggesting improvement to the point where it's a recreational water body, that type of thing. We need to keep our priorities straight and expectations around those priorities clear. But I would just appreciate starting that conversation. And I do think there are opportunities with Wheatland Shores and with Eagle Lake from a recreational perspective. We have ratepayers already that are using it, even despite the algal blooms. There are people that paddle and, use the lake. And early in the season, that's possible. As the motion states, I would just appreciate administration having that conversation, and then we can bring it back. Deputy Reeve Clausen.
In reference here, there's some things like Crawling Valley, and there's some other areas around here that are definitely recreation areas, but people don't understand they would not be there if it wasn't for EID. And first and foremost, they're an irrigation reservoir, and they have a lot of flows through them to keep them as clean as they are. And you go down and around the Brooks area, there's tons of them, and they have great recreation areas, but those have been decades in the making. And Eagle Lake, yeah, it is a definite possible partnership with WID. I realize right now may not be the best time to it. We're always looking ahead in the future. And maybe there's something that we can work with them on and have a path forward, but it's definitely going to need water flow to do that. So, and we don't have water to flow. They do. So if they're not there.
Not this year.
Not this year, but in other years, and it is a low area, but there's all kinds of things that we're fully aware of. So.
Does that give direction, enough direction to administration?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Is there anything that I'm missing from the motion that council would like to see addressed? There's a lot of sort of pieces to the correspondence. If there's no further discussion, all in favor? Motion is carried. There was also an inquiry from Minister McIver's office about whether we would like to request a meeting at the RMA convention.
I have no idea what we want to talk about at this time, but yes, we want a meeting.
Okay, well, we need.
Just for council's information, administration did pull the spring 2023 requested topics. The first one was intermunicipal agreements. The second one was information on the Wheatland Service Rights Group activities, and 3, advocacy for provincial funding stream for non-residential infrastructure.
We leave all 3 of them on the list.
Yeah, I think they're all timely and relevant. Yep. Perhaps a motion directing administration to request a meeting, requesting those 3 policy items, in addition for administration to prepare a brief for council prior to the meeting.
I will make that motion.
Can it please say brief?
Brief.
Any questions or discussion? And have we missed anything that should be, is there a new higher priority discussion topic that we would like to bring forward?
Well, I was kind of thinking about that in conjunction with the surface rights, really, because that all goes through the LPRT, and there are, issues obviously with them making decisions where they don't have any experience, like they're lawyers and they don't necessarily know what a farmer's experience is having to deal with surface lease agreements. And so anyways, it could tie in together.
So perhaps we could broaden the surface rights to issues with quasi-judicial boards, specifically LPRT and specifically surface rights. It might also be a good time just to provide the issues we've identified previously around renewables, just while they're in this analysis period. They're going to hear it, 1,000 times from 1,000 people. It won't be anything unique. But I do think on behalf of Wheatland, it's important that we bring those concerns forward.
Would we want to also talk about like the overturning of decisions that are like the abattoir type thing, like all of those kinds of
When I
issues
said
with
specifically LPRT, that was sort of what was at the forefront of my mind, is that local land use planning jurisdiction and how that can get superseded.
Right.
Anything else? Super. So it would be the previously identified topics, but replacing the Wheatland Surface Rights Group activities with concerns regarding quasi-judicial bodies. And just to give them a heads up, we could say specifically LPRT and supersedence of local land use planning decisions, surface rights, lease payment issues, and renewable energy. Does that? Any other questions or discussion? All in favor? Motion is carried. Were there other correspondence items that anybody would like any action on? If not, perhaps a motion to accept the correspondence as information.
Before I can make that motion, maybe we could write a letter to ASHA and thank them for their willingness to share.
Can you turn your microphone on, Councillor Kester?
Maybe we can write a letter to ASHA and thank them for their willingness to share.
That's a great
And
idea.
then I'll make a motion that accept the correspondence information.
Okay, let's do one thing at a time. I heard a motion directing administration to draft a letter on behalf of council to ASHA, thanking them for the access to the webinars. Any questions or discussion on that? Did that capture it, Councillor Kester? Any questions or discussion? All in favor? Motion is carried. Perfect. And Councillor Kester has moved to accept the correspondence as information. All in favor? Motion is carried. We have two closed session agenda items, one under FOIP section 27 and one under FOIP section 21. I'll now move us into closed session. All in favor? Okay.
Regarding the one on number 1, that says it's FOIP action section 21, disclosure harmful to intergovernmental relations letter to Minister Nixon. I don't understand why this one's in closed session, because if we write a letter to a public official, that the letter will be made public, and then that public official comes to me as a member of the Wheatland Housing Management Body, I'm not allowed to talk to them about what we talk about. I don't, that doesn't make any sense to me.
It's a good question. I assumed, and administration can correct me if I'm had the wrong assumption, that we would have a discussion around that correspondence. If we're going to send correspondence, that would need to be public. And so we would need to approve that letter in an open session, thereby making it public. But there could be sensitive conversations that could impact intergovernmental relationships that we could have in closed session. We could also opt to discuss it in public, but I do think there is some risk to public trust in.
Okay, so which government are we going to have trouble with then? Can you help me understand that?
My assumption was other municipalities that we are partners with in the WHMB was my assumption.
Yes, through the chair. So probably another great reason to have this one in camera is that administration compiled the notes that were received from council on this letter. So I just want to ensure that my thoughts that I captured in the draft letter accurately reflected what council had submitted. And that was the reason why.
Yeah, I can understand that, but I mean, just tell me which government, what does it say? Intergovernmental relations. So which government are we worried about?
I'd probably say all levels, so municipal and provincial. And a letter.
Can you explain why?
So I would say that questioning governance concerns of an autonomous board, which includes other elected officials from other municipalities, which is regulated by the provincial government or provincial body, could impact relations. There's just multiple relations kind of at that board table, and then other board or other officials overseeing that board of officials.
So then that sounds like this is an attack on the Wheatland Housing Management Body.
I wouldn't use the language that it's an attack, but I think the previous motion had been to outline concerns, which.
Yeah, I'm struggling why we need to hide it.
I think it was made clear that it wouldn't be hidden, that the final letter will be approved and made public, but that administration would like to ensure that the correspondence that they received and the input received from council has been captured
Fine, I'll just be
fairly and
opposed to it, that's
accurately.
fine. Not going to debate it all day.
Any other questions or discussion? Actually, there's a motion on the floor to move into closed session. All in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried.